Meeting. Just a reminder, obviously we got a mixed meeting, a number of people on Zoom, Councillors Hill and I think Councillor Greening on Zoom, as well as a number of other both staff and potentially members of the public. So microphones, make sure that we use them. I will open with karakia. Kia tau mai te maramatanga, kia tau mai te rangi Māori, kia tau mai te kaha me te aroha mō tēnei kaupapa hui e tai kia. We have no apologies. So we'll now move to the public forum. So we have two groups actually registered for the public forum. So both of them have 10 minutes to present to us. And I'll just take them in the order that they're on my run sheet. So firstly, we have Trevor Marshall from the Māpua Boat Ramp Community Trust, and followed by Hannah Wilkinson and Rachel Iyer from the National Public Health Service. So Trevor, if you'd like to come up first. So as a representative of a group, you have 10 minutes. I will give you the little ding at 9, just so you're aware you're getting close to time if you have used that much of it.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I have a conflict of interest here and I'll excuse myself.
Thank you, Councillor Kinnemont. Trevor, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors, for giving us the opportunity to come and address our request that we've made to council for us to be able to use the money that has been allocated by council. I won't go into the whole history because I know I'm limited to 10 minutes and I tend to go on a wee bit. So basically, the problem we have is that council did the development on at Māpua, and with the promise of putting in place a new boat ramp. That was never done, and over time we managed to have a discussion with council, and you awarded us $700,000 to contribute to the construction of a new boat ramp that would be managed by the Māpua Boat Ramp Trust that was formed. The Boat Ramp Trust went through that whole process. And we've turned around and been through quite a number of things. The Trust is committed to this project. We've been doing this for over 10 years in terms of members prior to the Trust, but the Trust itself is completely committed to seeing this through. The Trust has the expertise and competence to actually get this done. I'm as a trustee, I have extensive development experience in terms of multiple retirement villages, etc., but also in terms of fundraising. I've raised $2.5 million for the Rotoiti Lodge Outdoor Education Centre. I've raised tens of thousands of dollars for community projects in Nelson for underprivileged children, plus also the revitalisation of the Santa Parade Trust, where we've had hundreds of thousands of dollars raised to progress with that, and currently raising $7 million for community hubs for fire and emergency New Zealand throughout New Zealand. We've also just delivered the second one to Marlborough, and the third one is not far away from being delivered to Tasman. We feel that TDC needs to honour the commitments it's made to us by allowing us to use all of the funds. Whether the funds are used in terms of resource consents or whether in concrete, it's all part of the process. So far, we've used roughly, I think, $169,000 of council money. We've also used $103,000 of money that the Trust has fronted up with in terms of donations and loans from individuals and community groups, etc. That's how much we've spent on the process we were at to get to the hearing stage. We're now at the point where it's roughly up to $250,000, $300,000 for us to proceed to a hearing. We feel that it is not fair to actually ask individuals to do what initially really should have been a council project anyway. We have the vision for it. Council had the vision for it when they gave us the 700,000. And so we want that ability to use it to progress and do a full hearing. The cost of the hearing was certainly a lot more than what we ever anticipated. And by the time this is finished, this project will have cost nearly $500,000 just on resource consent, which I appreciate council aren't responsible for the law, but it just shows you how skewed this whole process has become. We've done surveys where we have strong support from the community. They mightn't be highly scientific, but if you look on your screens, you'll see that generally the population of Māpua strongly wants this. It's also necessary because of what's going on in terms of the areas. We've got Motueka are about to do expansion there. It's very limited, our access to the sea for residents of Tasman district. We only have Manako, Motueka, Kaitiri, Tirikoi, and Māpua. And without this ramp, then it means people are forced to continually use Crossley Point, which is actually a bigger danger for people. The main reasons that people are objecting, and your regulatory team have gone through the submissions that have come through, health and safety, ecology, effects on birds at Kite Park and the wider scope. Well, the trouble is people are using Kite Park already. The birds are there. They come in when it's stormy. When it's stormy, we don't go there anyway because fishermen don't go out to sea when it's stormy. So the birds get the park during that time and then they're out at sea when we're not. Traffic congestion, that's not going to change from what it is at the moment, with possibly a minor increase, but there's always going to be traffic there. General noise, we've made sure that there is no washdown ramp so that engines aren't going, but there are still cars and everything else going into the area. The contaminated land is probably one of the biggest parts, but what everybody is not looking at is that we are building on top of this ramp. We're not breaking through, because if we're breaking through, then we obviously would have an effect. There's no intention to ever do that. We have the design done so it sits on top, which actually adds to the cap. And if you look at it, council themselves have already built on that land with their toilets that they've put there, with the areas marked for residential sales in terms of on Kite Park, that's all residential and commercial, and part of the waterfront park is earmarked for commercial development as well. So even if we didn't go ahead with this, then council are going to have that same problem of dealing with these issues that will get raised by these groups. I think one of the big problems is that we've got people from outside. Some of the submitters are from Port Chalmers, from Dunedin. I'm actually from Port Chalmers, but I actually live in the town and I live in the community. We don't want to do things that are going to affect us or our children or our grandchildren. We're making sure this is done properly. We know it'll be controlled by the council building inspectors and the regulations. That's never been in doubt whatsoever in our plans. We're not asking for more money in terms of over the 700,000. All we want is the ability to use the money we've been given. If we don't get that, then what's the message you're sending to other community groups? Because we're not a commercial operation. We're just private citizens trying to give something back to the community. If we don't get it and we don't proceed, then you can tell every other community group don't bother trying to do projects. Leave it to the council to do because they have the resources. The community doesn't. We will get the money that's needed to finish this project off, but we just don't have it at the moment to fight this legal battle. We can't get funding from outside groups because we don't have a resource consent. As I said previously, I extensively fundraise, and without the resource consent, it's almost impossible. We have commitments from other groups who will give us organisations, and I can't name them, but some of them are over $500,000 they will give to us, but they won't give it to us until we've got the consent. Council have to have the courage to let us use that money so we can progress with this. You did it for the Waimea Dam, and look at the result that you've got now. It's hard at the time. Nobody wants to make those tough decisions, but we have to take slight risks to achieve it. Is there a danger that we will turn around and end up in the Environment Court? Of course there is. There always is in every application. But the difference is we would be asking for money to be put up front by those groups to fight us, which is a way of trying to curtail it. I've done it in business where people are objecting for the sake of just objecting. And when you look at it, they have no consequences for objecting at the moment. We're the ones carrying all the burden and the consequence. The result is, if we don't do this, and if you don't agree to let us use that money, then it falls back on council to come up with an alternative plan to put in a whole new boat ramp, and that will be a lot more expensive than what we're proposing. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Trevor. Comprehensive and in time. So thank you. Right, not an opportunity for debate or questions.
No, I didn't ask anybody want to ask any questions. No, that's fine.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in and presenting. So next up, we have Hannah Wilkinson and Rachel. Yeah, on my desk.
I'll give you that.
Welcome. So same deal, 10 minutes and over to you, and I'll give you a little ding at 9.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Hannah Wilkinson. I'm a Health and Law Policies Advisor with the National Public Health Service. I grew up in Richmond. I biked or walked to Richmond School, Waimea Intermediate and Waimea College. We're here today to ultimately show our support for the Streets for People projects and recommend that they are retained.
Morena koutou, ko Rachel toku ingoa. I'm a public health medicine specialist and medical officer of health with Nelson Marlborough Public Health Service. And Hannah and I work down the road at the Richmond Health Hub. And I'm also a regular cycle commuter between Stoke and Richmond. Kia ora.
So this is what our presentation will cover today. As I said, we're here to show our support for Streets for People. Enabling walking and cycling is one of the most effective public health actions to improve the population's well-being. So you'll see on the left a fence at the top of a cliff. This is where we sit in public health within the health system. We aim to prevent, promote and protect public health as opposed to being a treatment service at, say, the bottom of the cliff, like the hospital. We do this by working on the wider determinants of health. This is the picture on the right. And 80% of these determinants of health sit outside the health system. So councils, policies and projects play an important role in shaping these determinants of health that affect wellbeing. So when projects like Streets for People think about wellbeing, they improve the health and wellbeing of our communities. Our mandate for our work is Pai Ora, Healthy Futures Act, the Health Act and Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Similarly, local government, you have 4 wellbeings that you're responsible for. So councils mahi, you were a leader in your walking and cycling strategy in 2022. The Streets for People project is part of implementing this strategy. I was involved in the working group for the Richmond part of the project, and then there was Richmond on the Rise, which highlighted the importance of interconnected cycleways for going towards a more compact form required for the growing population in the region. We had input into this as well. We're pleased to see the increase in cyclist numbers from Streets for People. There's 22% increase in cyclists on Queen Street, 15% near Hill Street, 117% near Salisbury Road. And continuing this momentum will be required to achieve an increased 40% of urban journeys by walking and cycling by 2030, which is a target in the walking and cycling strategy. So all of this work is about mode shift, so shifting the mobility pyramid, as you can see on the left. This mode shift is a global movement. You're not alone. Many countries and cities around the world are doing this mode shift. We've got UK, Colombia, Italy, Europe, Australia, and the list goes on.
So talking about the Nelson and Tasman, you're leading the way here in Aotearoa. Especially with the number of students who cycle to school. You can see Nelson and Tasman there at the top, and the number of people who cycle to work. This data is from the census 2018, whilst I would have loved to have shared the 2023 data. That's about 1 month away, so it'll be interesting to see if there's any change. So there are multiple benefits from cycling. These are just some of them, and they're all backed by the evidence. We provided a couple of evidence papers that were provided to Waka Kotahi by the University of Otago. So those have been, that is the evidence that sits behind the things that we're saying. So there are benefits clearly for the climate. Switching from driving to cycling reduces carbon emissions. From the air quality perspective, switching from driving to cycling helps to create cleaner air and improve health. And from a physical perspective, riding a bike is a good way to enhance the healthy level of exercise that we need, prevent disease and manage chronic illness as we age. It's also incredibly important for keeping communities connected and reduces loneliness. These are just some of the benefits. So physical activity is good for physical and mental health. In Tasman, the proportion of people being physically active is reducing, and the decline is greater for Māori. The number of people seeking mental health support in primary care is increasing. And this is just a couple of charts that we're showing here, just as a representative of a lot of other data that is trending in the same direction. However, physical activity is protective of lots of health conditions. It's associated with reductions in cognitive decline, so essentially dementia prevention, a 40% reduction. Risk for type 2 diabetes is reduced by 35% with physical activity. Hypertension, which is high blood pressure, 33%, depression, 48% protective, bone fracture risk, 66%. Protective, breast cancer risk 20%, coronary heart disease and stroke 25% protective, and colorectal cancer 19%. Those are just some of the really compelling data that shows how much physical activity can reduce illness. However, less than half of adults and adolescents in Aotearoa are getting sufficient physical activity to stay healthy. This is based on New Zealand guidelines. And 40% of children are not sufficiently active for health. Moving on to talk about air pollution. The 2022 HAPPIN study, the health and air pollution in New Zealand, showed that the contribution of motor vehicles to air pollution is much more significant than previously thought. This is due to NO2, nitrous dioxide, and particulate matter 2.5 microns and below. And in 2016, estimated for New Zealand, 2,247 premature deaths in people aged 30 plus. This chart shows hospitalizations due to air pollution in Nelson and Tasman. You can see Nelson is higher, but in Tasman, for the rate per 100,000 is 80.7 hospitalizations for cardiovascular disease and respiratory disease combined. and that equates to about 50 premature deaths. This was back in 2016, and so it's likely this has worsened.
So building healthy environments are required for individuals to make behaviour change or shifts, say out of a car into walking or cycling. Say if I was told to start biking, maybe I was on the verge of type 2 diabetes, I might have the choice to do this, but until the infrastructure, the walking and cycling infrastructure is in place, I might not feel I have the option to do this. Maybe I don't feel safe. So the picture on the left is from the walking and cycling strategy. It highlights that a safe walking and cycling network will mean we have healthy communities. Having the network would support me to have the option to bike. Then the choice whether I bike or not is up to me. Responsible management of our transport system means thinking long term for future generations. It means being tupuna pono, being good ancestors. Climate change has been described by the World Health Organization as the biggest threat and opportunity for health in the 21st century. We know that if we don't make important steps to mitigate climate change, the health of future generations will be worse off. As we know, the transport sector contributes 47% of New Zealand's CO2 emissions. So it's clear we need to shift from short single occupancy car trips to more active public transport modes. Active and public transport, sorry. The draft Tasman Climate Response Strategy and Action Plan 2023 to 2035 sets a target to reduce transport emissions by 41% by 2035 and net zero by 2050. The government's emission reduction plan states by 2035, Aotearoa New Zealand will have significantly reduced transport-related carbon emissions and have a more accessible and equitable transport system that supports wellbeing. So in summary, we recommend that council retain the Streets for People pilots as they provide options for people to improve their health and wellbeing. We recommend that the cycle lanes remain separated on both sides and that the network is interconnected. It's also recommended that equity and inclusiveness is considered. On the left there, you might have seen this story on Stuff. It's a refugee family that were given bikes when they arrived to Nelson, which all refugee families receive. For them, biking is their only form of transport. We also noted that some of the survey participants for the Streets for People surveys highlighted potential impacts on older adults. In my previous role as a physiotherapist, I worked with 90-year-olds. A memorable one wrote to her council asking for a crossing so that she could still walk to the supermarket to get her groceries after she lost her licence. For some older adults to get out and about, they need to know there is appropriate seating, crossings and mobility parking. This could be re-looked at, as well as considering including mobility parking on side streets. That's all we have to say today. Not sure if we have time for questions, but yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity to present.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the comprehensive submission information. And I don't know if the slideshow's available for if people want to see any of the information post. So if it is, just leave it with us, or if we already have it, we can circulate it. So thank you very much for coming in and presenting.
Thank you.
Right, we'll move on with the balance of the meeting. So next up we have declarations of interest. So I note Councillor Kinnamonth has already declared a conflict of interest for an agenda item later in the meeting. So that will be noted. Late item, so I need a mover and second for Councillor Greening.
Just a procedural question. Were those documents tabled, and if they have been, will they be added to today's agenda on our website? Because I think they're quite useful documents for people to have access to. Fully acknowledge that it has been recorded, but getting access to those kind of PowerPoint presentations would be useful.
The answer to that is yes.
Thank you.
Late item 5. Someone move. Move Deputy Mayor Bryant, second Councillor Bowler. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Minutes. First up, the council meeting on the 28th of March. Move Councillor McKenzie, seconded Councillor Mailing. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. And secondly, the confidential part of the same meeting. Move Deputy Mayor Bryant, seconded Councillor McKenzie. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. So the first report is a referral in relation to special project funds from the community boards. Leith, this is in your name. It's on page 5 of the agenda. I'll hand over to you, Leith, to introduce the item or anything you'd like to add to what we've received in the agenda.
Tēnā koutou. Look, I'll take the report as read. Both the Golden Bay and Motueka community boards have recommended that council adopt those policies and the change to the discretionary funds policy. But I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. And I note that we have Karina Graham here on behalf of the Motueka Community Board. So if there's any comments you'd like to make in relation to this item, please feel free to do so. And David Armstrong, who's also at the table, is here in observational capacity. Welcome, David. So open for questions of Leith or comments that anyone has on the item. Councillor Maru.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy to move.
Move, Councillor Maru. Is there a seconder? Councillor Butler. Any further questions, comments or feedback that anyone has? If Councillor Kinnemont.
I've got a couple of questions. Page 6, clause 2.7. Who decides the appropriate financial information? And what's the what analysis is carried out on the financial well-being?
Through the chair, that will be decided by the community board who receives the application. So they will look and make sure that they are satisfied that they have received the appropriate financial information that they are required to make a decision.
And your second question?
The second one was about the applicant's financial well-being.
And in particular?
I will withdraw that second question.
Okay. Right, are there any further questions? It's been moved and seconded. I'll put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. So the next item, 7.2, this is on page 30. Welcome, Jamie. So this is a referral from the Nelson Tasman Regional Transport Committee around public transport expenditure. Jamie, I'll hand over to you. Introduce anything you'd like to add to what we've received in writing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, councillors. Yeah, so this is a referral report from the Joint Nelson Tasman Regional Transport Committee. I'll just note for Tasman's, so Tasman's part of what the Transport Committee considered. The costs primarily relate to one-off items that were not anticipated at the time that the budgets were set for the new public transport activity. And we've noted in what the RTC resolved, item 4, that there's a workshop tomorrow where the committee will discuss the forward projected costs in relation to the long-term planned budgets. Now, I'll just signal that the good news for Tasman is that looking forward, we have budgeted sufficiently. So I can provide some reassurance that the costs that we've incurred this financial year in regards to setting up the service are of a one-off nature. So I'll just leave it there and take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Jamie. It's open for questions or comment or both, as the case may be. Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Manning, Deputy Mayor Bryant.
Thank you very much. I mean, my initial reaction, of course, when I read the news article about this, because that was when I was first got wind of it, I was pretty horrified, I have to say, at the extent of the cost overruns. But also I was kind of horrified about the timing of when we actually found out about it. So I'm flabbergasted actually as to how effective oversight of what was going on here actually resulted in the situation. It only leads me to the conclusion that there was not effective oversight, and I think that that's incredibly poor. So I'm going to make that comment. I guess I then come to the report, which was actually the report to the joint Nelson Tasman Regional Transport Committee, and I note it in there. It says that Transport Committee's delegations include responsibility for the operational oversight of the joint transport operations contract. So I'm left with the question of how was that committee actually fulfilling its responsibilities? So that, Mr. Mayor, is my question.
Jamie.
I'll try and answer it. Yes. So this being a joint activity between the two councils, Nelson and Tasman, makes this a complicated matter to begin with. So you've got two councils' financials intertwined with each other, if you like. The bulk of so going back a step, our council has never been a part of planning a new bus service. This is an activity that Tasman have never done, right? So we don't have the in-house expertise at the time to anticipate some of the things that occurred. Having said that, Nelson City Council were also going through quite a tough time with their staffing when this service was being established. So it would be fair to say that the stars aligned in the wrong way around the capacity and capability of the staff involved in both councils at the time that this launched in a rush. So there were a lot of decisions made during that launch time that were not well communicated amongst all the parties to the contract. The decisions had to be made and progress had to be made. So, whether or not the right decisions were made, I think the right decisions were made. But more the thrust of your question is about the timing and the oversight and the information that was flowing or not flowing. And I totally agree that the information that was being reported and made available was too late. There's a real recognition within both councils of that, and I think staff just have to accept that that they didn't do a good enough job. I think I'll leave it there. I mean, there are some challenges around the differentiation of responsibilities between the organisations, who exactly was leading it. If I had to do this again, we would agree between the councils on having one single project manager who was authorised to make all the decisions and had the responsibility and the accountability to make all of the information available. Now that wasn't in place, and that's regrettable.
If I may, I guess really, if I could just make the observation that you set up projects, you have budgets, Your budgets are in your financial system. You incur expenditure, which gets recorded in your financial system. And every month you get a report showing what your expenditure is against your budget. I mean, it's kind of basic management 101. And so I just am flabbergasted as to how we got ourselves in this situation. I mean, I'm not disputing the costs. They all seem fine, but it's actually the management of it and the timeliness. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Mailing.
Well, I sit on some joint committees, and I chair a joint committee between Nelson City and Tasman, and they have administrative responsibility. My understanding is they had administrative responsibility for this. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Well, that means they're responsible. So I don't think we should be paying the money. Simple as that. It's their cocker, if I can use that language. I think that's appropriate, not ours. And I remember sitting around this table when we were trying to get them to help pay for a certain project, and ours overrun. And it took them a year to actually pay us their share of the dam. A year. So I don't think we should be paying this. And I won't be supporting this motion. Simple as that. They might have had some staffing problems. They should have signalled those early. It didn't happen. I ride on the bus, as a number of the councillors around here, and I think it's a good project, but we are accountable for ratepayers' money. And it's Nelson City who dropped the ball. They should carry the responsibility. That's my view.
Thank you, Councillor Mailing. Councillor Walker. Oh, sorry. Deputy Mayor Bryan, and then Councillor Walker.
Thank you. I do chair this committee, and as I think one of the issues boils down to what Councillor Mackenzie alluded to is just communication, and unfortunately we were late getting the communications around this at officer level and at governance level. But I don't think, and this issue has been well canvassed at the Regional Transport Committee meeting, an open meeting, and again tomorrow at a workshop. I think if we're going to start talking about not paying it, Mr. Mayor, we may need to move into committee to consider that, because but I'm hoping that we don't, because I see ours as a small share, and as Jamie's alluded, there's some circumstances where we're beyond everyone's control, including staff that contributed to this. So I think we've got to pay it. No, we do one way or another. So I'm happy to move the resolution and test the water. But if we want to get into a bit of a deep debate, I think we would need to move into committee.
Yeah, so I mean, the items on the open agenda, unless it was going to impact on some legal or there was individuals concerned, which I don't think there is. I mean, it's a collective conversation about, I think we can debate the issue in public. There's no issue with that. I'm happy to take your resolution as a mover. I'll look for a seconder before I come to the other speakers. Seconded Councillor Dowler, and I've got Councillor Walker next to speak.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. It's an awful position to find ourselves in, and I endorse where Councillor Mackenzie and Councillor Mailing have come from. But I guess for me, moving forward, is what's our takeout that we don't ever get in this position again? Because this is a joint committee that's going to continue to function, and how do we have assurance that the basics of 101, as Councillor Mackenzie puts it, are being covered? Because I feel quite uncomfortable that, yes, we've been told this is our share, but how do we make sure that doesn't happen again? Where's the assurance? Where's the change in the governance to make sure we don't end up in this debacle?
Jamie.
So I made my comment earlier about needing a project manager with the right expertise to oversee this, and I'll also note that at the time that the service was launched, we both councils had put aside funding to jointly fund a specialist public transport advisor. So that was a role that we were trying to fill. Now, unfortunately, there was no one who really wanted to fill that role. You know, it's such a specialist niche set of skills and experience that person needs, and we were unsuccessful. Well, it's administered by Nelson City, but they were unsuccessful, I think, 3 times in trying to recruit for that position. So that's just beside, it's related. But I think if the council were to do this again, it would simply need to pay what it takes to get a specialist consultant on board to oversee the whole thing. And that would be expensive, but it would give the council reassurance that we wouldn't have these kinds of surprises. That's my view.
So if I may, do we have the expertise on board now, or are we putting a Band-Aid on a problem that's going to continue to fester?
Short answer is yes. We currently, both councils have sufficient resource and capability. We've now appointed somebody into that PT, public transport advisor role, who has had a long career in managing public transport activities across New Zealand. So that's really good. Staff have also learned a lot from this process, it would be fair to say. Even though Nelson were more experienced than us at managing public transport contracts, you know, the contract that we've launched is just an order of magnitude bigger than what had been sort of managed locally previously. So certainly a lot of learning has happened.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. So just note I've got Councillor Greening and Councillor Ellis and Board Member Graham and Board Councillor Murray. Councillor Greening.
Yeah, so Jamie, just to hammer home the point here, but we're looking at a one-off 180k, is that right?
Correct. Yeah.
Right,
So what we need is for the council to agree to that 180,000 in order to access NZTA's share, which would also be approximately 180,000.
Certainly share some of the early observations, oversight. I think the staff have addressed that. I mean, oversight is a governance issue as well. And Councillor Bryant, who's the chair of that, has certainly spoken to his beliefs on that regard. I do sit here with a little bit of amusement, I suppose, with some of the reaction given. We've had a dam that's blown out by 100 million. And this is 180, and we're tapping into NZT funds when we put that up. So a little bit of perspective might be required. This is, for public transport, a really good thing. And I think the same criticisms could have been overlaid with the Waimea Dam as well. But interestingly, no criticisms was raised by people who supported those funds as well. So thank you for reading the report. I think lessons have been learned. I think we just need to get on and move it forward. Otherwise, you'll be creating a mountain out of a molehill. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greening. Councillor Ellis.
Thank you, Mayor. I just would actually like to make a comment now because the question that I had has been partially answered. I share other councillors' frustration with this issue. But I'd also like to draw attention to the point that should this funding not be approved, that we do create a bigger risk as regards to our funding from NZTA, and that there are time pressures involved in this issue, so that dragging it out could increase our risk.
Thank you, Councillor Ellis. Board Member Graham.
Yeah, I share the sentiments around the room, and yes, I've got lots of questions. I'm just trying to formulate what some of them have been answered, but going through this and not having read the damn stuff, but understanding it as a massive blowout, to me it just looks like a shit show, you know. And in the private sector there'd be some significant consequences. I'm concerned that consultants, solicitors, plus I see 117,000, I think it was, in staff overspend. So there's been lots of contributing factors to try and get this project, which has been noted as a successful project in the sense that there's been pickup from the public. I guess weighing up those two, with these overspends and the request for funding, does it balance out with how much revenue generation is happening? That's my first question.
Revenue is slightly behind budget, but it's been growing month on month, and we expect this year to hit the revenue target.
And my next question is just alluding to like the future proofing of things. So, for example, we've got route variations, and my understanding from one of our board members' concern was around, and I don't know the details of this, so I'm just sort of relaying. These are single axle buses, our electric ones. We've got really heavy batteries in them. When they're going on roads that aren't significantly thicker, that there could be infrastructure damage, potential infrastructure damage in the future. So I guess my question is around what is the considerations in the future proofing for those potential issues?
Yeah, so I think this is an issue that's affected Nelson City more than us to date, in some of the damage that they've found on some of their weaker roads. I mean, for a long time, well, in recent years, our roads have been being hammered by a number of heavier vehicles. So, you know, the heavier trucks that were approved since 2012. And our response to that is, in the draft long-term plan, we've proposed to increase the maintenance funding for our roads so that we have enough money available to rehabilitate those weaker pavements where we need to, or to undertake sort of heavy maintenance of roads where we need to. So that's our response. But it is, it's an issue we're going to have to keep monitoring.
Just on that. So heavy trucks, not our decision. Right, heavy trucks was never our decision. So government decision, yes, impacts. This was our decision, though. So just there is a distinct difference between making a conscious choice to implement something and then understanding the consequences of the choice you make versus an external decision that absolutely does have consequences. It'll be very different roads. Most of those Ks are done on state highway. They obviously have impacts, but I think it's important to recognise that we consciously decided to invest, the contractor consciously decided to invest in buses that we pay for that are significantly heavier than other vehicles.
I might have made my point poorly. I think if you look at some of the roads where the buses are currently travelling and that also, are experiencing, defects and some failures, it's difficult to pin that exactly on the bus because those defects and failures have been sort of appearing and becoming worse over a long period of time. So the buses certainly aren't helping, but they aren't the sole reason.
Okay, thank you. So I've got Councillor Marin and Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Jamie, going forward, I know there's a workshop tomorrow, but going forward, what we have in our current LTP, are you comfortable that's going to meet our obligations in the budget going forward?
Correct.
And then the other part in terms of, so that's recognising that advertising revenue budgets and projections and all that income stream for next year, are they conservative or are they realistic or are they quite aspirational?
So, yeah, I mean, this, without having all the figures to hand, we have learned from the actuals, right, that we've seen this financial year, for example, on the advertising revenue, and we've taken our forecast in the years to come based on what we've actually seen this year.
Okay. And finally, thank you for the report. And I know you're sitting here running this, but in terms of the communication and how we get to read about whether that's newspaper and a council report, is it always flash? But thank you. And I take Councillor Greening's point in terms of what we're talking about here in terms of the figure numbers. I've heard much worse since I've been sitting around this table. I'll support the resolution.
Councillor Hill.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Given these are actual costs, and if we'd had a better process, what would have been the process by which these actual extra costs would have been addressed?
Through Mr. Mayor, I think the best answer to that would have been to have factored them into the annual plan budget, so that the budget was increased accordingly to cover the costs that we would have expected. That's my answer to that one.
Thank you. I'll be supporting the resolution.
Thank you. Anything further? It has been, Councillor Dowler.
Comment if that's okay. Being on the committee, and we don't meet monthly, so we don't get monthly financial reports, etc. In February, we had a record number of people on buses, 90,000. March, we had 92,000. It is growing. It's really good to see. I'm a bussie. I never thought I would have been driving V8s as often as I can, but I am a bussie, so I put my hand up and say I'm one of those people. There's a lot of stuff in there that was actually beyond the staff control, council control. When I travel on the bus from Motueka quite often on a Wednesday, the bus is full of gold card people. You have a look at the part of the report there, there's $25,000 additional expense on gold card because it wasn't budgeted for that many people to take it up. So the government subsidy is not quite there. There's lots of things in there that were beyond the control, no matter whether we had a project manager or not. The government introduced free rides for kids from 0 to whatever it was, and then half price rides for others. And that was unbudgeted for because the budgets were all done before all that happened. So there is a lot of stuff in there that we've copped. The price or the wage increase for the bus drivers, etc. Beyond us, it was the minimum wages and all this stuff, and whatever this fancy wage they call now, livable wage, I think it is, yeah. So you've got to take all that into account. If we'd budgeted for it, we would have been paying for it anyway. Unfortunately, it's just coming later instead of earlier. That's how I look at it, because we would have had to pay for this no matter what. If we knew that the half-price bus fares were going to be in and the zero bus fares for kids, we would have had to alter our contribution towards running the buses. Otherwise, if we didn't want to do that, we wouldn't have got into it. So that's why I know there's issues, and it's been a bit of what they call a bugger's muddle. We're rectifying that now, and I can see a way forward. And if the bus numbers keep increasing, it's going to be very, very successful. So we need to get this through to get the NZTA money approved so that we can get out of the hole, and then there's a way forward from there.
Thank you, Councillor Dowler. Councillor Butler.
Thank you. I'd just like to add another dimension, and that is that this achieves some things of our climate action plan, because every trip that is on public transport is one doesn't correlate directly, but it is one less car trip with emissions. So I think, you know, this is a ticking a box in the climate action plan as well. So we just need to be bearing that in mind as well.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillor Shellcrest.
Yeah, mine's just a comment. Really interesting, this listening to all the different comments. Obviously, we can do better, but I think it's all about how we probably deliver that story to pick the Joe public, you know, about why it's blown out. There is the reason. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shellcrest. No further comments. I don't think anyone's disputing the success of the service in terms of the patronage and all the issues that people have raised in terms of the positives of it. And coming back to Councillor Greening's point, I mean, there's a range of views about the benefits or otherwise of all projects that we undertake. But I think the key thing is we need to learn from all of them. And it's not like we haven't been through projects before, or big and small and medium size, that we should have learnt the lessons around project management and ensuring we invest up front. And actually, it's quite analogous to the other large project Councillor Greening touched on. We haven't done it before. And Jamie said, oh, we haven't done this before. In my mind, just because it's a different project, we know that projects we haven't done before need more oversight. They need more investment up front. They need more regular oversight in the initial part of their implementation, precisely because we haven't done them before. So I think it's another expensive lesson. I take the point that some people have made that yes, this expenditure may have been occurred anyway, but that isn't actually a good reason to have it happen this way around. So I understand the issues around staffing and the issues in Nelson City around the administration of it, but I think none of that really absolves us collectively of responsibility to ensure that yet again we have to hammer home the fact that project management and it undermines what should be a very positive story overall. So a combination of the road damage, and I take Jamie's point, largely affecting Nelson City, but again, people don't differentiate. They just see the service collectively being provided, read the stories about the damage, ask the questions about why those buses, what was the thinking, where was the understanding. So look, I also support the resolution. I absolutely have some empathy for Councillor Mailing's point, given the funding challenges we have had with projects that we've jointly funded, where we have carried all the responsibility for the cost escalations. But in this case, I think we just have to, inverted commas, do the right thing, pay our fair share, and ensure that we don't repeat it. So, and I will come to Councillor Bryant for a right of reply, and then I'll put the resolution.
Sort of was on. My apologies. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few things. I think the lessons have been learned and the changes are afoot. And we've discussed this, as I said earlier, at the public regional land transport open meeting, and again tomorrow at the regional land transport workshop. Staffing, there's been some new appointments at both councils which will make some changes. The public transport by and large has been a positive for the community and those people using it. The plans going forward is for better oversight for both staff and at a governance level, which I think is important. And finally, we don't want to risk losing the NZTA funding because that is important for the continuation of the service. So I hope you will support the resolution.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bryant. I'll now put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against?
No.
Against? Would you like your vote recorded, Councillor Mailing? So the resolution is carried. We will move on to the next item. Before we take a quick break for a cup of tea. So that is because it relates to a similar topic, Joint Regional Transport Committee changes in delegation. Dwayne.
Kia ora, Mr. Mayor and councillors. This should be a straightforward decision. Essentially, when the Joint Regional Transport Committee was set up, it was given the responsibility to recommend the Regional Passenger Transport Plan be recommended to the Joint Council Committee, and the Joint Council Committee consider and approve that plan. In fact, it's unlawful. The legislation requires it to go to each council. So the first part of this is really to make sure that when the final public transport plan is approved, it comes to each council separately. That document is consulted on and developed in parallel with the regional land transport plan. So we're recommending that plan follows the same path. Instead of going up to the Joint Council Committee, it goes up to the two respective councils and gets approved that way. There's probably just one error in the report. It's not in the resolutions, it's in the body where I say they're one plan at the moment. I'm sorry, that's incorrect. It used to be the case, but we consulted on them as separate documents this time around. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dwayne. So I've got Deputy Mayor Bryant, Councillor Dowler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that's a relatively straightforward matter, putting something right legally. So I'm happy to move.
Moved, Deputy Mayor Bryant, seconded Councillor Dowler. Are there any further questions? If not, I'll put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. We'll now break for 10 minutes, come back at 22, and we've got the two financial reports, Treasury and the quarterly financial report. Hello. Right, we'll reconvene. So next up we have the two financial reports. First up, the quarterly financials. Yes, I do have a page number. The page number is page 56. Gentlemen, welcome. Over to you.
Kia ora koutou, everyone. I will just give some highlights on the report. This report updates on the forecast report that was presented last monthly meeting and the half-yearly report the previous monthly meeting. There's been no major changes in how results have been tracking from previous results. The main indicator I use for that is accounting surplus. Year to date, we were tracking at $3.6 million surplus, controllable negative 8.4. Second quarter year to date was basically breaking even at 97K surplus, controllable negative 16. And this quarter we're at 4.2 accounting surplus, controllable negative 26. And tying that back to the forecast that we had at the previous meeting, where with end of year adjustments for joint ventures and other factors, we were expecting to come in with a accounting surplus of about 14.2 million, with a controllable deficit of 32.5. And that was versus the 14.2 was versus a full year budget of $31.6 million surplus. Year to date, at the end of this quarter, we see some improvements in the accounting surplus. It's gone up slightly. Just note that part of this is related to increased development contributions. Other things that have been happening, staff have been trying to hold controllable OPEX costs in line as much as possible. Despite the year-to-date position, there was some improvement in budget variances in the March month for maintenance expenses. I'd also like to note that depreciation expense is starting to ramp up as we get close to the end of the year, as more assets get commissioned into service. Some of those under construction in previous years, and those being completed, those started this year as well. So that is an area where I am starting to see more expense come through, and I do expect more depreciation expense than budgeted at the end of the year. Negative year to date. The obvious one is higher than budgeted maintenance costs across a range of activities. Key ones, roading, $3.6 million over is forecast for a full financial year, versus $2.4 million at December. Water supply, 1.2 is our full year forecast at the moment, versus 1 at December. And reserves and facilities, that's starting to get up there a bit more now at 724K over budget for maintenance for a full year. We were about half that at December. So it is tracking, not in the way we would like. I'll just note that in the roading space, we will, of course, receive NZTA subsidy for part of that. Fees and charges, particularly in building assurance, we'll be aware of that, are down significantly with a downturn in the building sector. And forestry costs are higher due to where we are with our cycle and reinstatement costs and being ahead in harvest. Net debt. Net debt is a key number on the balance sheet for us. As previously reported, net debt is expected to breach the $250 million target. The amount of the breach will depend on the timing of transactions and any additional expenditure commitments made before 30 June. I can give a quick update today on the April net debt number. It is now $235 million as opposed to 228 at the end of March. So again, this is consistent with forecast, and the expectation of a breach of that $250 million target remains. Additional capital expenditure approved is at $18 million year to date. And capital carry forwards are at $18.7 million. And I'll just note that there was a compilation error in the previous forecast, and that number has increased. Overall, my commentary would be core council financial results are tracking reasonably consistently through the year. There will be some uplift in our accounting surplus at the end of the year when those joint operations, etc., are brought into account. However, given the economic conditions and the cost pressures, I would commend the council and the whole organisation to maintain sort of increased financial prudence due to the harder economic times that we are facing. I'd also like to note that we're reviewing how we can provide more regular and meaningful financial forecasting. So this report is focused mainly on where we are tracking year to date. We'd like to shift that focus more to where we're going to end up at the financial year, see the finishing post. I think that's better messaging. And also move to more rolling forecasting in time as well. So we get to get a better view of our environment. And also, we're open to feedback about how we report and how we better make that connection between the physical reality or operational reality and how we report the financials. So thank you, councillors.
Thanks, Paul. Open for questions. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. So, Paul, can you just explain to me the process of budget comes out to staff on a monthly basis, or whatever that period is, and there's a variance in terms of budget against actuals? What's the process that comes through or that sits in the background when there's a variance to budget at an operational budget level? How's that controlled? How's that communicated? Was it just ignored? Looking at Mike, and there's blankness. So I'm a budget holder. I get my monthly budget. It's in budget. It's buried. What do I have to do? Do I just keep living with that, or is there something I do?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. There is budget oversight. And so the financial reports at a more detailed level go to both budget holders and their managers. So we would expect the manager to be having a conversation. So, for example, if it was my department, I'd be having a conversation with the chief executive. She'd be talking to me about why am I over budget, assuming it's an over budget situation. What am I going to do to bring myself on budget by year end? A couple of financial strategy approaches are feeding into the challenges we've got this year. So you can imagine if we cut our budgets absolutely to the bone, we raise the risk of having a budget overspend simply because there are factors we don't have control over. For example, in some of the challenges that areas have got, the contract rates, the inflation movement in the contract rate, which is contractual, was higher than what we allowed for in the budget. There's very little a budget manager can do about that, except look at where they can pull the volume of work, for example, back. So there is oversight, there is control, and it's an area we're actually strengthening around council to make sure we have staff with the right skills and the right focus to help us in these more challenging financial times.
Thank you. And just if I can, so who has the authority to approve over budget spend?
So that's contained within the delegations. And so it comes up to the tier 2 manager role, and in some cases up to the chief executive's role. It is an area that I'm watching quite closely. Sometimes we will have a budget overspend and it will be an external factor. And so we'll have little choice but to approve it. And the governance control is when these reports come to this meeting and you have an opportunity to actually hold us accountable for our financial performance, as you do for our non-financial performance.
Thanks, Mark. And just a final question if I can, Mr. Mayor. So in terms of the substance of this report and our likely end of year date, what is the impact on our long-term plan and our projections going forward?
So we have revised the estimates of where council's financials will be at the end of the financial year. They will be less favourable than what we budgeted. We're now building that less favourable starting point in to the long-term plan for the final long-term plan estimates. So the key areas I would draw your attention to is that there will be activities with activity deficits that will need to be recovered in future years. That will affect their funding, rates and fees and charges. We typically spread those deficits over more than 1 year. We will end the year with a higher debt level, net debt level, than what we anticipated going into the long-term plan for the draft financials. We will need to look at our capital works program in particular to make sure that we prioritise and moderate that, both to take into account capital works carried forward, but also remain within the proposed net debt limit.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Deputy Mayor Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Paul and Mike, for the reports. Just in relation, I just have a question in relation to the below budgeted to date forecast relating to rivers and coastal recoveries on page 62 at 9.10. Forecast to be a 616,000 below budget end of year for both gravel revenue and boom rental income. Gravel revenue in the Upper Motueka in particular, we've been getting a lot more gravel out and a lot more yet to come out, hopefully. And boom rental income, I thought that would have been relatively fixed because a lot of those are on multiple year terms. So I'm just wondering if you had any commentary around those two things.
I don't have detail of the underlying reasons, but I can make an inquiry for you and get back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair. Just following on from Councillor Maru's comments and questions, at 9.12 under reserves and facilities, maintenance is a major cause of overspend at 84% of full-year budget as at the end of March and forecasting to be 724 over budget by year end. So in terms of, Mike, your explanation about budget oversight, what do we do something there in reserves and facilities and make some adjustments so that we're not going to be over budget by 700,000?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, there are ongoing conversations with all the budget holders at two levels. One is the need to bring council in closer to its budget for the year. So that's a general conversation. Where can you pull your costs in? Where can you boost your income between now and the end of the year? The challenge is there is not that much time between now and the end of the year. So that's the first part of it. The second one is when we look at these budgets on the financial, at least when we look at the monthly financial reporting, there is a conversation between the budget managers and their executive manager. So in the case of reserves and facilities, that's with Richard Kuby, where they'll go through those financials and they will chart a way forward to the best of their knowledge that will try and bring them closer to budget. There's more detailed reporting, obviously, that comes out at the activity level that is seen by both the budget holder and by the group manager for that area.
The motivation to be on budget, I know it, you know, no one wants the reserves to not look as good as they could be and all those things. And but I guess I'm just wanting to know if the motivation for hitting the budget accurately is really strong, or are we accepting more? Oh well, we're going to be over a bit there, and we'll catch up in the next season or the one after. I'm just wanting to understand, you know, how strong a discipline we have around. Actually, we've got to adjust.
Richard, are you in the seat to provide further information, or just because it looked more comfortable?
But less comfortable, actually. No, I know I've been talking to Grant about the parks and reserves, and there's a couple of factors involved in this. Is that we did have contractual negotiations with our contractor on the maintenance of the reserves after the budgets were set for this annual plan. And you recall that in the annual plan, I think there was a 3% adjustment on all the budgets for this year. But given the cost increases, most of the costs went up by 8 or 9%, which was a compromise on what they asked for. In addition to that, there's extra scope in the parks and reserves this year as well, with all the extra reserves that have come on board through development and the like. So I've asked the team to actually go through a bit more of analysis on where these increased costs are and come back to you on it. What I would like to do also in the future, with that, particularly in the parks and reserves areas, to be a bit more upfront about this. I know the financial reports for the last 2 or 3 months have indicated an overspend in the reserves area, but certainly I would like to be a little bit more up to speed and give you a better understanding of when things are likely to go over and what we should do. As you'd appreciate, it's very difficult to cut back on levels of service within reserves because it's very front facing with your communities. And if you do less mowing and do less gardening and the like, it takes a lot more to catch up later. So it's not an easy one to cut back on services, but those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Richard. I think as a general note, Paul did ask what can he do to improve. Explanations like that under these items would be really useful, because we shouldn't have to ask the question. If something is 84% over budget, it needs more than a line saying it's 84% over budget. It needs why. Exactly the same with rivers and berms. Under recovered. Well, there's clearly a reason, as Councillor Bryan asked. You shouldn't actually need to ask, because under exceptional reporting and whichever way you want to look at it, when you've got budget deficits and or under recoveries, one line doesn't really work. It needs a more fulsome, and I appreciate that in other committees there may well be a more fulsome explanation coming through operations. However, for those, and there may be members of the public or councillors who are focused on the financial report, they need the information and pretty much the explanation you just provided, Richard, and I'm sure Rob can provide an explanation about the variances, and that way we can have a conversation about what we might want to do about it and provide some direction. In the absence of that detail, it means we have to ask a question. Secondly, it's difficult to formulate your opinion on what you might want to suggest doing about it, because you just don't know exactly what makes up those variances. So like under the forestry one, there's a lot more information. Like, it's really clear why. You know, it's got half a dozen lines, so we're not talking pages, but it does contain that detail about why and the key reasons behind the change or the variance. So for me, I think that would be helpful. With that, I'll come to Councillor Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually agree with you wholeheartedly on that one. Thank you. Thank you, Paul, for your report. I'm looking forward to your proposed changes and how that's reporting will come through. Do we have any timeline on when we will start seeing those changes? And also, while we're talking about what our wish list would be, often it feels to me, being a relatively newer member around the table and still adjusting to how things are coming through, it sometimes feel like many decisions we are making are taken in isolation. So, you know, we're saying that we are close to budget or under budget in the particular area that we're making the judgment on, but the overall picture is not necessarily quite so consistent. And so for me, I would like to see perhaps how the whole department is tracking when we're coming to make some of these decisions that will be bringing us over budget.
Mike or Paul, Mike, both, either.
Through the chair, but thank you, councillor. We are looking to start bringing on reporting improvements in the next financial year. We've got a lot of commitments around changing to Magic Cloud and other things at the moment. Our existing systems being, well, frankly, compared to my previous experience, onerous and unwieldy. You've got them one, Mr. Mayor. So yes, in the new financial year, and we want to shift that focus more to the forward looking as well. That helps make it real. I've spent a lot of time in the civil infrastructure space on the other side of the fence, contracting space, and a lot of our focus was always on where we're going to end up, where's our end goal for the project. And yes, and I hardly agree that yes, more detail is better. Cheers.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the answer, Paul. And I think that is part of the digital innovation kind of, again, this investment in the underlying ability in the system that enables better, more up-to-date, more regular reporting, both at a budget manager level through to senior management and ultimately through to us, so that the timeliness of these, and I guess this is a conversation we've had in another item today about the importance of understanding timely where budgets are heading in the wrong direction and enabling the opportunity at least to consider what you might do about it. In some cases the options are limited, but at least you understand early what that looks like. Councillor Greening.
Well, just I'm not going to comment on the report. I think it's making obvious where the financial position of this council is at the moment. But and thank you for the summary from Mike in response to Brent Murray's question, because I think that pretty much lays it out. My one is just in terms of some observations, which are when we were first moving to quarterly reporting, we were reassured that we would get more detail. We would still continue with the detailed group reporting that we used to have, which broke down each group into quite good detail and gave us a little bit more insight into some trends and maybe some concerns where their spending was going over budget, and enabled us to poke into that and ask some questions. And I feel that we have lost that focus in not seeing that detail. It's just a general observation of mine that sitting here for some time now, I've seen the kind of financial rigor of the governance group slip a little. And I think it's because we're not seeing the group reporting that we used to. I certainly had a lot of interest in where the groups were going in some of those lines. So I'm just wondering when we will see that, because I thought we were reassured that we would see that. And I've mentioned this before in the past, that it would be good to see this more detailed group reporting.
Mike.
Through Mr. Mayor. In answer to Councillor Greening's point, we're currently working on the right level of reporting to go to the right committee. And so we have tried to improve the commentary, so less numbers, more story in the reporting that's coming to you on a quarterly basis, so you get the big picture of where council is overall. In terms of more detailed reporting at the group level, I would see that going through the committees, like the operations committee, where you've got the individual budget managers at the meeting, and we're able to provide more detailed reporting there. I'm reluctant to bring to the council, given the size of the agendas, a 50-page financial report going through group by group. So I think we can provide the reporting to ensure you have the right governance oversight, but it will be split between the operations committee by and large and the other regulatory committees and this council in terms of the full council.
So in the past, we used to have a half-page table of spending. That's what I'm suggesting you put in here.
So just sorry, Mark. I just want to clarify something. So table 3 and table 4 is effectively income and expenditure by department.
Yeah, high level,
it's-
bottom line.
100% at a high level. I appreciate it as at a high level, but it is broken down, and you can very clearly see which the detail in the previous part of the report does try to explain, and we've discussed that we could do with more information about each of those variances, but I just want to understand how much more you want at that level, because table.
So we used to get, before we changed to this quarterly reporting approach, more detail, and yes, they were present in the committee meetings. So if you're taking them back to the committee, that's fine. But it would also be useful just to include those tables so we can see how that bottom line has landed and ask questions at that time. That should be, 2 pages, 4 tables, the groups, or 5 groups, 2.5 tables, that inform that top line, and you can provide more detail in the committees if you want to, but I would find that useful. And I think we have lost that. We used to get monthly reporting at the committee meetings on how things were tracking, and within 3 meetings you knew where the trend was going, and could start asking some questions. And I feel that we've lost that.
Okay, look, I do take your point. So it's getting the balance. I think, the balance between what comes to the committee and what comes to us. You would like to see slightly more coming to this in this report, as well as the greater detail still being available at the committee meetings.
Yeah, I just need the tables, and you can provide the commentary at the committee meetings if you want to. I think you've provided enough commentary here, but to then that would better understand some of the top line comments that are made, which are very, I call them bottom line figures, but you can start to see what's driving those bottom line figures. So I'm going to leave it there.
That's all good. I do get exactly what you're driving at. So thank you. I think Councillor Kinnemont, then Councillor Maru. Oh, no.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Paul and Mike, when you produce this information to us next financial year, do you envisage it to be in a report, or would you do a workshop first for a report?
I would envisage it remaining in a report because it's part of the formal reporting back to council. That's part of good governance.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm happy to move, but I just want to test the room in terms of a slight variation to the motion with a 4th point. I'm really interested in reviewing the delegations around when we exceed budgets. So happy to move 1, 2, and 3, and if we could add a 4 with a review of the current delegations for overspend against budgets. And I'd be happy to move that.
With what in terms of the review of delegations?
Apparently the delegations for overspend sit somewhere in different group managers and hierarchy and tiers on a
different levels, I presume. So
I just want to understand.
Okay, so you want to report back on the.
That'd be great, thank you.
Okay, as opposed to necessarily a review, but certainly a report back initially.
Yeah,
and then we can decide whether we want to make any changes. Okay,
that's why you're the Mayor. Thank you.
Good as gold. here to help. Righto. So with that wording, yep, cool. Regarding budget management with a focus on overspends. So noting been moved by Councillor Murray as a seconder. That doesn't mean other people won't get to speak or have a list. Is there a seconder? Moved Councillor Kinnemont. Seconded Councillor Kinnemont. I've got Councillor Mackenzie, then Board Member Graham.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the report. I don't understand the 9.7 in the report around wastewater. And I just want to understand this one a bit more. So we talk about driven by the NRSBU user charges and quota, which instinctively I would have thought that was a revenue item, not expenditure. And then we go on to say a portion of this will hopefully be offset as NRSBU as a joint venture. So I don't understand using the word hopefully.
Richard.
One of the reasons why there's extra costs in this particular activity is that one of the key contributors, the industry contributors, NZA, has pulled out. So under the quota system, there was a standard quota based on the loadings that each of the entities, and there's 4 of us now, requested in terms of access into the wastewater treatment plant. One of those parties has pulled out. The costs are still the same. So those costs are spread across the remaining 4 people. And that's why the costs have gone up. So you pay for your quota, that's a fixed one. And then you pay for, we do sampling on each of those industries' discharges, and you pay for the actual discharge that you do over that period of time. And that's how it's worked out. So with one entity out now, the costs are still largely the same to run the plant. Instead of 5 of us funding, it's only 4 of us, and that's why the costs have incurred. Now, as a result of that, there is a levy in the budgets that comes back to both councils as the owners of the facility. And I think that comment there is largely to be written off by that levy coming back.
Okay, so in no way is it a comment around the fact that our other joint venture partner in the NRSBU, which of course is Nelson City Council. So, I mean, if our revenue's down or our costs are up, then it's 50-50 between Nelson City and Tasman?
50-50 is only on the revenue that comes back at the end of the year. The costs are apportioned according to the loading. So I'm not sure where it sits with Nelson and Tasman, bearing in mind that Tasman's Richmond, Brightwater, Wakefield, and everything in between, and the whole city. I think Nelson actually pays slightly more because they have a slightly bigger population that's connected. So that part of the cost side is not 50-50, it's based on quotas. It's the income coming back to us at the end of it, the levy that we get back.
The redistribution of any surplus is 50-50, but the costs going in are based on your contribution in both quality and quantity. And if stormwater infiltration or other things affect the quantity we send through, that will impact on how much we have to pay. And that does vary year to year depending on rain events, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I just had a random thought. I won't talk about it here.
Excellent. Right. Board Member Graham.
Thank you, through you, the Chair. So I noticed here maintenance is a major cause of overspend. And I guess I just want to touch on a comment that was made during the discussion around council looking at options of cutting costs or generating revenue. And so there's 2 parts. One is it would be good to sort of have a risk cost benefit analysis around what services could be dropped or what revenue income you're suggesting. And my comment where I'm leading to with that is I would be concerned if the revenue generation to be mindful of not impacting our communities during a cost of living crisis. So I'm more directing around probably like enforcement and stuff. So the increasing revenue through resource consents, etc.
Okay, thank you. So as much a comment as a question. Is there any further? So it's been moved and seconded with a slight amendment or the addition or of item 4. So everyone clear what it is that we are voting on? Does the mover wish to have a right of reply? If not, I'll put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Next up, we have the quarterly Treasury report. James. Mike's staying where he is. Welcome, James.
Kia ora koutou. Has everyone had a chance to read the report?
Yes, you can as well. I take the report as read. Any alterations, additions, or anything you'd like to add before I open it up for questions?
No, just one more comment about the interest rate risk position. That's where we like to make sure that our forecasted debt is at least 7% covered by fixed interest rates as opposed to floating. It looks on the graphic that we provided, looks to be non-compliant because it's, we go below the line quite soon. A lot of that is to do with the pass-through funding for Waimea Water Limited, because our partners in there choose very short terms for their portion of the loans, which is why that drops out of the metric very soon. We do expect that to be renewed again and again and again.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. So it's again been circulated, open for questions or comments, or moving or seconding.
I'm happy to move. Councillor McKenzie.
So it's been moved, Deputy Mayor Bryant, seconded Councillor McKenzie. If there are no further comments, I'll put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. So the next item, we have the Port Motueka structure plan, Jeremy and Barry. Over to whichever of you is leading this conversation.
Thank you. Good morning. Yeah, I'm happy to take my report as read. I've got no additional comments, but happy to provide clarification, ask questions.
Okay, thank you. So again, our report has been available, open for questions, comments or feedback. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jeremy, so you've attached the policy document for the whatever it was, the Motueka, the old endowment fund process. I don't think that policy has been updated, ratified. So there's a February date on there, which I think was to be referred to the community board to come back. I don't remember the policy that you're asking for money out of ever being ratified. And in that case, your comment, and I think it was 5.7 about it, this doesn't need to go to the community board or it's not relevant or something. I struggled with that process. Just lost my bookmark. Let me find my bookmark. So the first thing is the policy that's attached is still in draft, hasn't been ratified?
No, yeah, my understanding is that the existing policy stands. There are some amendments to that policy which haven't been ratified, you're correct. But that, I think the point that I make is that the amendments to the policy are not really relevant to what I'm seeking here. So effectively, I'm relying on the old policy as it currently stands.
So the old policy as it currently stands, that's not what's in front of us, though, is it?
Yes, it is.
Is it?
Yeah, I attached the unmodified.
So the one I've got in front of me says in red, updated 2023 policy approved by Tasman District Council, 16th of February 2023 report, no resolution, no date. So page 82. 2023 Motueka Harbour and Coastal Works Reserve.
I see that through the chair. That seems to be an error. I'm not sure. Yeah, I see that. I see what you're reading there. But at the top, you'll see it says effective date 1 February 2023. And so that is the effective policy. There are amendments to that, and they have been referred to the community board. But the policy you have in front of you is the correct policy.
That version was provided to me by Marie Callender, so it's possible that it was a document that she had, which was in process. But I definitely asked her for the version that was not modified.
Okay, so just for process, I won't be supporting the resolution. I still think that the community board plays a big part of this fund, and it should be referred to that. So I won't be supporting the recommendation.
Righto. Other speakers, Deputy Mayor Bryant.
And then speaking at this stage, just a question if I may.
It's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in relation to why do the structure plan now 5.16, it talks about a new location may also need to be found for the regional boat ramp. How likely is that if we don't do this structure plan? I just can't, I'm maybe a little out of the loop here, but I'm just wondering why that comment's there.
Sorry, did you say that was paragraph 5.16?
Yes, on page 77.
Oh, sorry, it does say that, yes, correct.
Can you repeat the question? So
5.11.4, identify a location for the proposed regional boat ramp. Is that the question?
Yes. Well, maybe at risk if we don't do the structure plan. Delayed or not completed.
sorry, I don't think it's at risk. I think it's just noting that we're also looking at that there is potential that we do need to look for a new location for the regional boat ramp. The risk is in relation to locking in those 20-year leases. So the leases are coming up for review, and in parallel with that, the structure plan process is happening. And if the leases are settled before the structure plan is complete, then that may be at odds with what we're trying to achieve long term through the structure plan.
So I think a number of leases are coming up for renewal. So we want to get the structure plan done before we renew those leases and have them in place for a further 20 years.
Yeah.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, that's correct. And as mentioned in the report, there's quite a few other users who have been in contact with council in various aspects who are seeking space, seeking facilities. So, you know, the regional boat ramp is just one element of that.
And I guess my other question is just in relation to this whole thing. How long's that doing the structure plan likely to take?
The process has been commenced, and it was part of the TEP process. So typically, a structure plan involves one of this kind involves 2 rounds of public engagement. So sort of a scoping round where we talk to stakeholders and the public, and then look at options. Then a second round of engagement to kind of confirm or narrow down the final structure plan, and then produce the final structure plan. We're up to about stage 1. We've done that public consultation with stakeholders and so on, and provided a summary report of that, and that's where the project's paused. So long story short, probably the end of the year, I think, if we were to recommence, so probably by the end of 2024, that could be brought to the conclusion of the structure plan.
Right, and what would be the plan post having the plan done?
Then it would need to, well, there'd be a range of ways that it can be implemented, one of which would be a plan change to bring in potentially new zoning. We've talked before, such as Port Tarakoa, about a port zone for certain areas, and that would be a more, rather than using sort of more generic zones like light industrial zone, we could have a port zone which has specific policies and rules to be more enabling of those activities directly. But then there'll also be aspects which are implemented by other parts of council, so parks and reserves, enterprise and community facilities. So it would be implemented differently depending on the topic. But the structure plan is the place that sort of brings it all together. This is the strategic plan to go forward with. Some's implemented by environmental policy, others by other parts of council.
Just one further question for me. Yep. Just in relation to your total scope of work, does this make any great difference to the overall picture, bringing this one forward, for the want of a better word?
It's a contributing part to that. So in terms of resourcing, that's why we're asking for additional resourcing so we can progress that. And we would contract in that support to enable that. It is a key part of the longer term reviewing the TRMP. It's one of those inputs we need to be able to rewrite the TRMP, provide us some detail around the future of our ports, and particularly Motueka.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Brian. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, through the Mayor. So you've said you've done the first round of public engagement. I find that quite surprising as a councillor for that ward that we weren't included in that process. And the other comment that I have is you've got some leases that need to be signed. I may have heard wrong, because this is from my community voice within my community and not from around here, that those leases that have been backwards and forwards and argumented and most robust discussions had actually have been signed. So my fellow councillors pointing a finger, one has been. Yeah, I grapple with being on the back foot as a councillor in this ward And I'm not, I do endorse where councillor Murray comes through about when are the amendments done and where does the community board sit with this? Because, you know, the community board got, I understood, some delegation authority over having some input. And are we sidestepping them now?
Through the chair, with respect, we have been keeping councillors up to date. There have been regular updates through the councillor update. I understand Motueka councillors have been kept in the loop as well through that process, and we've done our best endeavours to do that. In relation to leases, that's the best information we've had is that the leases are currently under review, or but I don't have the information in front of me. I'd have to defer to Nick Chin and get back to you on that.
Just request whether find out if Tania Bray is online because she may be available. And Tania managed the contract. We're not. So I would need to come back regarding the level of involvement of Motueka councillors, but I would be very surprised if there'd been no contact with the community board or councillors, because that's a key part of that consultation and engagement. Admittedly, it was a while ago, but I would need to come back with details on that.
Right, next up I've got councillor Dowler, so we could go for a trifecta of dissatisfaction with the process, at which point I might just move on to another item, because, you know, if you guys are not happy or don't want to do it, well, or you want to put it off and go through another process, that's fine by me. But obviously there's a delay, and you know, that's for you guys to work out how that all works. But yeah, if there is no enthusiasm from Motueka to proceed, then we just won't proceed. Councillor Dowler.
Well, actually, I was going to move the report, but and I will remove it. But I will echo that there was a meeting with all the port users down at the port, and they had quite an in-depth sort of conversation, and they had a tour, even went through tallies. We weren't invited. I heard about it about 3 days later, mainly because of the bitchiness of the port users that weren't happy with what the meeting was about, and no outcome. But the discussions didn't go as well as they thought. But anyway, that's normally the thing. The Motueka Powerboat Club has at least resigned about 3 months ago after fairly hefty negotiations, which is good. The others are pending, as you say. I do think this needs to move forward. The port needs to be set up as a proper port so we can get on with life over there and actually make it work as it should. Because at the moment, I feel it's haphazard how it happens. It's everybody does what everybody does. There's no, I don't know, conformity between the three boat clubs over there are now working quite hard together to try and get it. There could be a total awesome public-private relationship. There's a lot of money that's been offered to be spent from those users in conjunction with council. And if that's allowed to happen, the place will bolt. So that's why I'm saying I'd like this report to be done properly, efficiently, and with the consultation that's needed between the councillors and the community board is required. So I'm happy to move if those things can be guaranteed, please.
Jeremy, I stand corrected on the involvement of the councillors, and we'll certainly make sure that is rectified immediately.
So I think just the key thing is so everyone understands which role who plays and what meetings are appropriate for us to attend and which actually are better for the users to attend, given that councillors will then be in decision-making roles later. So the important thing, what sounds like hasn't really happened, is understanding exactly what steps in the process, where the community board and the councillors are involved and informed and kept up to date, where it's appropriate for them to meet collectively with all and sundry, where it's actually better that the council staff and the users / land business owners meet separately, and just everyone being on the same page with a very clearly laid out process of steps, opportunities to input, dates, etc., which at the moment it sounds as though it is a bit haphazard. Things happen, people think they should have been involved, whether they should or shouldn't is a secondary question. But clearly that part of this has to be very clearly laid out as part of starting down this next stage of a process, which has already had some engagement both councillors and obviously landowners and users. So I think whatever happens with the resolution, that needs to be done ASAP, so that we don't end up in 3 months' time having another conversation about who was or wasn't included and informed at what point in time. So it's been moved. Councillor Dowler, is there a seconder? Is a seconded, Councillor Mailing?
But I was just going to add in point 3 that would say ensures that the Motueka councillors and the community board are kept informed and consulted.
Yeah, that's fine by me. So with that alteration, if the mover is happy. Right, while we proceed with that, Councillor Mackenzie.
Okay, well, I mean, it's been moved and seconded with that up there. I mean, I was confused by Councillor Maru's not wanting to support it, and I was gonna, you know, is it because he wants to have the community board taken on the journey, and so an endorsement by the community board, as opposed to just keeping them out of the loop? But you know, so maybe Councillor Mailing might want to consider if he wanted to add that on.
And there was another item on the agenda that has been removed, which actually looked at the policy. So again, it's carts and horses and chickens and eggs and any other thing you'd like to think of. So hopefully that review of the policy or the amendments that have been suggested will in due course find their way through the system, which will then hopefully assist Councillor Maru. And so, okay, righto. So I've got Councillor Greening, and then I'll look to put the resolution.
Thanks. My question really relates to the observation made at 4.6, although I did enjoy reading 4.3, lovely use of language there. It says here that you're seeking this funding because the Environmental Policy Work Programme was reset. So just trying to get my head around, did this slip through not being identified in the work programme, or are we stepping around what we set to be the environmental work programme?
Through the chair, no, that is included. So the resolutions that were part of that paper that went to the Strategy and Policy Committee in October last year did identify Port Motueka work as part of the coastal work stream. So there was 5 work streams, and the coastal work stream included work around structure plans for Port Tarakohu and Port Motueka.
So this was part of the work programme, but no funding was given to it. Is that what you're saying?
There wasn't sufficient funding to press this forward. What we're saying is we consider there's some urgency or some value in doing it sooner rather than later, and doing that now rather than waiting until a year's time when we do have sufficient resources. So by resourcing it now, we can do it sooner rather than later.
Okay, so just to clarify, last time this was discussed at the meeting you just highlighted, it was approved, but to be done later when funding was available.
No, the resolution didn't say that. It said it was part of the work program, part of the reset, and it was one of the four or five priorities that we had when we paused the Tasman Environment Plan work project. Instead we're focusing on freshwater growth, outstanding natural landscapes, and natural hazards and coastal work. So they were the priorities.
Right. So this. Okay.
Okay. Right. I will put the resolution unless the mover wants to write a reply. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Next up, we've got request for further funding or reallocation for the Māpua boat ramp. So just reiterate at this point, Councillor Kinamont, who declared his conflict at the start of the meeting and is removing himself from the room? Someone will come and get you when we've completed this item. Thank you. Right, Richard, welcome.
Thank you,
Over to you.
Take the report as read. Any questions?
Right. Nice and simple. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Richard, there was a comment made in public forum that if council didn't support this project, then council would still be responsible for a boat ramp in Māpua. Is there anything you can offer in terms of that statement?
It's probably something happened before my time. So I've heard from various people that although the existing or the old boat ramp was removed, I don't think there was a promise made by council at the time that they would another one. The only reference I can make is that 3 or 4 years ago, there was discussion about a regional boat ramp, and there was a report done on that. And at the time, the Māpua boat ramp, well, the proposed one, could have fulfilled that bill, but it was something the council did not progress with at that time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mailing. Then I've got Councillor Mailing, Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Greening.
Okay, so I've got a couple of questions. So first of all, yeah, I thought I've never heard a promise being made about a boat ramp in my time around this table, but I was missing for 3 years, so from 13 to 16. So I don't recall us ever promising Māpua a boat ramp. Would be correct.
Mike.
Through Mr. Mayor, my time at council is slightly longer than Mr. Kirby's, and I was intimately involved in the work to build Shed 4 and the redevelopment of the Māpua precinct. So at the time, there was a request, expectation that because access to the boat ramp next to the jellyfish was being lost, partly as a result of the redevelopment, but also as a result of the health and safety concerns with the movement of boats and boat trailers and the like, and the large pedestrian traffic in the area, that as part of that development, that access would be lost. I recall no assurance being given that there would be a replacement boat ramp as part of that project. I believe it was an expectation of the community. And since that time, as Mr. Kirby has pointed out, there have been a number of views around the regional boat ramp and what might be developed. So I would concur with Councillor Mailing's point that no assurance of a replacement boat ramp has been given to that community.
And my next question is really about the statements of, it appeared that we had put in $169,000 so far, and Mr. Marshall said that they had put in 103. Some of that would be in kind rather than actually money. Would that be correct?
That is correct. Some of it is loans to the trust, correct.
But is it also in kind work that they've done rather than actual cash?
No, that's not the actual costs. They have also intimated in there the in-kind work that they've done, but that's not included in that 269, I don't believe.
And the other thing that I think I read a statement from them that said they weren't willing to put up any more money of their own, and they want the ratepayer to cover the rest at this time until they get a consent. Is that correct?
They've asked for the funding that council has allocated, the 700,000. They're wanting more of that. So if you interpret that as from the ratepayer, it's actually coming from development contributions, the financial contributions, reserve financial contributions for the Waimea Māpua area. So it's actually from growth, financial contributions, not from the ratepayer.
Well, I could ask some other questions about the consent, but I think Councillor McKenzie is going to ask some questions in relation to that, so I'll leave that to her. Or if she doesn't, I'm sure the Deputy Mayor will.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you. Well, I guess I want to make a few comments. I mean, I think this language, so what was said in the public forum this morning, there was a promise of a new boat ramp. Now, what I'm hearing here is that there was no promise of a new boat ramp. So, so actually I've got two different pieces of information. So I think that we need to give the Boat Ramp Trust the opportunity to produce the promise, because actually I've got two different pieces of information. So I think that has to be done. I think it was mentioned in the public forum, I've written the words down that we used, fight a legal battle. I mean, actually, we're not fighting a legal battle. We're going through the process to obtain a resource consent. So I can see maybe quite quickly we could get into some kind of emotive language around this. I would like to understand further in the slides that we had been given from the Boat Ramp Trust. It talked about, well, if there was an appeal to the Environment Court, we would be asking for $500,000 to be lodged as a bond. What is that a thing? How does that work? Could I have some clarification on that?
Ask if Leif could come forward and answer that one, or attempt to. Yes.
Welcome, Leif.
So my understanding is in rare cases a bond has been asked for by the Environment Court, but it's not common.
Okay, so rare, not common. Why, I mean, I don't understand why we're being given that piece of information as something significant for us to weigh up. Doesn't sound to me that that would be a very likely thing that actually, I mean, I guess I'm all about managing risk. You know, it seems an extraordinary amount of money that we're being asked to commit for an uncertain outcome. And I feel very uncomfortable with the idea of putting that amount of money at risk. And so getting a $500,000 bond from someone that doesn't seem to really impact on the risk as I see it to the council. I mean, is the idea of that to stop people putting in an appeal to the Environment Court and therefore reduces the risk? I don't. Can you help me with that?
I can't help you that much with that. I assume that's what it's being used for, or that's what they're angling at, to try to take people out of the process, but I can't give you more information than that.
All right. So, I mean, I guess my next point is not a question. That's really more of a comment that, you know, this is a huge amount to put at risk. And so I do wonder whether we need to, as well as inviting the Boat Ramp Trust to produce us the information around the promise, that also we might need to invite them to have a further discussion with us about how the risk is shared. I don't think we can put the risk all into one camp. I mean, I'm sitting here assuming that if the Boat Ramp Trust was not pursuing the idea of this boat ramp and there is no promise, that the council would never be looking to put a boat ramp there. And so if we would never be looking to put a boat ramp there, why would we be incurring so much risk? Anyway.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Greening. So just we've got Councillor Greening, Councillor Dakey, Councillor Ellis and Councillor Butler.
Well, I'm not too sure why people are going down a rabbit hole of promises. There's a resolution from council. that supports a $700,000 investment into a boat ramp. So clearly council were supportive of a boat ramp, otherwise they wouldn't have proposed $700,000 towards a boat ramp. I think what the parties are requesting is access to that funds in support of getting it through the consent process, noting also that once they get through, then other funding will follow. So really it's just, can we use it? Should we need to use it for this process, knowing full well that they will need to find the funding to pay for the capital costs, which I assume there's some tension over whether this should be used for capital or consenting processes or whatever. I'm quite supportive to release the funds for what they're set to. Council were very clear, we're funding up to 700,000. How you want to use it's your choice. It's from RFCs to support a boat ramp. We've gone through a lot of processes and discussions to get there. I think the comment made in public forum was they're not coming back for any more funding, and they appeared to have secured some conditional funding which will easily take them across the line for capital funding if they get through this process. Noting also that I believe the neighbour, Ms. Stewart, is very supportive of this boat ramp, so delaying and deferring, and that's what I'm kind of sensing people are trying to do here, will defeat the process. So if we're going to support the resolution, which we made some time ago, then give them that flexibility to land the plane. And I think it's more a technical one. But I'm sensing some people now saying they don't even support the Māpua boat ramp, which is rather peculiar given council agreed to fund the dam. Yeah. And that's another example as well of council. I kind of just come to that, which is in my head. Golden Bay community facility, Waimea Dam facility, where council stepped up and was flexible in supporting parties who really didn't have the funding, come to mind. And I don't see this as any different to those events. So for consistency, I think we should be as flexible as we were with those other events, i.e. the Waimea Dam and the Golden Bay Community Facility. So I'm quite happy to advance them, the funds up to what we agreed, which was 700,000.
Thank you, Councillor Greening. Councillor Dakey.
Thank you, through the Mayor. I'd like to propose an alternative motion to what's up there, supporting the funding. I think I'll just say for a start, we're here to debate whether the funding should go forward. We're not here to debate whether the boat ramp should or should not occur. That's a debate that's already happened. It's a debate that happened through the LTP process last time. So the community, through that process, expressed their demand or want for a boat ramp, which I see when I go through Māpua. Every second driveway has a boat in it. So that's not the debate. The debate is, do we release the funding? We already had an agreement that we would support them. There is some question around whether it was for physical works, whether it was for processing the process. We have a logical point here, which they've arrived at. We have committed already 169,000 into this process that will likely be lost if we pull out now. There is some risk going forward, but I have confidence in the trust, the people behind it, and that it has community support. So I propose an alternate amendment to support this.
Okay, thank you. So are you moving? Right. So is there a seconder?
Can we see the wording? I assume it means, are you crossing out declines in 4 and just advancing a further 250? Is that the change?
No, that is effectively what are the changes. So changing it from declining advancing to approving advancing.
So happy to second.
So it's been seconded. So just to clarify, Councillor Deputy Mayor Brian's question about being a direct negative, at the point of moving the resolution, it's anyone can move whatever they like. If it had been moved and someone had tried to amend it to a direct negative, that has consequences. But in the case of being the first motion moved, the mover and seconder are entitled to move whatever it is they wish to move, which is what Councillor Dakey has done. So ultimately, the vote doesn't change. It really is the same. It's the same vote. It's just couched in the positive as opposed to the negative. So with that, so just so we're all clear, what has now been moved and seconded, it shouldn't change anyone's view or opinion because it is effectively exactly the same resolution. It's just worded. Yeah, that's exactly right. All right. So I've got a list of speakers. Councillor Ellis is next, then Councillor Butler, then Deputy Mayor Bright, then Councillor Hill, and then Councillor Dowler.
Sorry, I've got notes all over the place, and so I always sound confused at the best of times, and this is even worse. It's only because there's so many conversations in my head. I'd just like some clarification on a few things, because I'm seeing one thing said in public forum and one thing in the report, and I can't get any clarity behind them. As the question that Councillor McKenzie asked regarding what is the commitment, and I would like to see more clarity on that. The other point I would like to know, although you possibly won't be able to give me the answer, is there were some comments made about the person presenting in public forum talking about how the consent would go and their opinion on the validity of any opposition. Is there any form of legal groundwork behind that, or is that their opinion? Because I'd quite like to see what a lawyer with some experience in the consenting processes view are on that, because for me the risk comes about whether or not that consent is granted and any subsequent appeals. Two, there is also a comment under 411 in the report that states that the trustees no longer have inclination to put in any more time and money, I can't find the exact wording, to continue with this project, but the opposite was said in public forum. So I'm just trying to get some clarity about where that comes from. And I would also, it's been stated in public forum that they have funding promised dependent on the resource consent. And I still have no clarity as to whether they have enough money to complete the capital works, or whether, similar to another project that's been mentioned before, where they continue to come back looking for more funding. And we're so far down the track that you can't say no. So I actually feeling like I can't make a decision on this because I don't have enough clear information at this point.
Perhaps I'll just start off, and Leif can probably confirm this. The consent process is a statutory process at this point in time. There's no need for lawyers and the like, other than if a submitter or even the applicant wants to bring a lawyer along to the hearings or whatever, that's their call, but it's a statutory process. I think it turns into a legal process. Confirm this if it starts going to the Environment Court, and if a consent is given or even not given, and someone appeals that decision to the Environment Court, I think then it becomes a legal process. Is that correct?
Yes, lawyers are obviously involved in consent processes. I'm not sure anyone can give you a good answer to your question at this stage because we're up further information. The applicant has put the process or suspended the process while they're going away and gathering more information to understand or better clarify some of the issues raised by the submitters. And that's where the process is at the moment.
And can I answer the other question that you had about 411? 3 or 4 of these statements are from the application when they sent a request in for the further funding. They made that statement. But this trust has stated that its trustees are no longer willing to put their time and money to this project without a resource consent. They said that in the application to me, so that's why I put it in the report. So what they've said today is obviously contrary to that, but nevertheless, I've reported what was requested of me in the message that I got on this request. And I think as far as the promise is concerned, I don't think there is any resolution in any council books about a promise back from 2014, 15, 16. I think the only promise they're alluding to is the fact that the council has supported this boat ramp by committing 700,000. That might be the, if you class that as a promise, I don't know, a promise of a boat ramp. I don't think it is. I think it's just a council giving a contribution towards an entity that wants to build a boat ramp. So, I mean, you can ask for the evidence, but I don't, and Mr. Drummond might be able to concur, but I don't recall hearing of any resolution that council had about replacing the old boat ramp with a new one.
There's just one more question about how much funding they have to finish the capital project should all of this funding come through. Do you have any comment on that?
Well, they said to you today that once they get a consent, the money will roll in and they'll be able to build it. And they haven't actually said what price it is. I've given you a figure in there that was given in March 2019 of 1.7 million. I've applied the CCI index to that, and I'd imagine it's probably 2.3 million to build it now. They haven't actually updated that themselves, but it wouldn't surprise me once the conditions of consent come out and some of the conditions they have to meet that cost doesn't go higher than that. But they did say today that once they get a consent, they've got contributors lined up to give. So we have no information regarding that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Butler.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd just like to go to 5.3. The fact that Grossie Point, which is currently used for launching boats, is a culturally significant site. And I don't know if Renee Thomas is here, and I see Chris Hill had her hand up before, but it's down now. So I would like to get some more information from Renee Thomas at Kahatu about Grossie Point and the need to for it to be respected as a cultural site and not used anymore as a boat ramp facility. And for me, that actually is enough for me to support this the resolution that's been put up by Councillor Dakey, because I think we simply can't continue to have a cultural site used for boat ramp launching in this way.
Mr. Mayor, can I just comment on that? The reason why the RFCs were used, or the justification for using the RFCs for this, was specifically around releasing Grossie Point as a reserve to be able to develop as a reserve and also protect its cultural significance. And that was the reason why RFCs were used.
Okay, thank you, Richard. Deputy Mayor Bryant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just some questions, if I may, potentially for both Leif or Richard, just in relation to the consent at first, 4.8. Earlier, Councillor McKenzie talked about the ability of the applicant to seek a bond for those that are objecting. That, to me, seems that very unlikely to happen in practice, or in fact be discouraged by the current legislation. I thought that those that want to raise an appeal had some rights that they could do that with minimal cost.
Generally, they do have a relatively minimal cost to raise an appeal. That's why I said I guess raising a bond is so unusual.
Correct. I've never heard of that. I'm not sure if Tim has, but just now turning to the actual cost of the consent, I've taken at 4.8. Is that their estimate or our estimate for the cost? Sorry, I'm on page 103.
Yeah, sorry, I got caught in it last minute. Yeah, the estimate between 100 and 150K is our initial ballpark estimate of the hearing cost.
Right, and then of course they've got further 50 for reports and legal representation, another 100 in total.
Potentially.
And potentially with a number of submitters, I'd suggest that this is going to be likely to be a week-long hearing or close to it. So there's quite a considerable time and cost involved. And then if it does go to appeal, which seems relatively likely, more cost to everyone involved again. So we're probably looking at considerably more than it's alluded to here.
The appeal costs are simply unknown at this stage.
Yeah. Or even the consent. Obtaining the consent really is unknown, isn't it? Because this is only a very basic ballpark sort of, and it's likely to be quite considerably more.
It's a ballpark, but we're not too bad in most cases of estimating hearing costs. It's what happens after that.
Yeah.
There is some contingency built into that.
Right, thank you. So I think as others around the table have raised, there are some concerns about this, and I certainly can't support the current proposed resolution without some more information, how the trust is intending to cover the consenting and the building going forward, and what the plan is if the consent isn't favourable, which is also a risk to them and us.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bryant. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair. The business about the promise, I'm pretty clear about the difference between the idea that there's been a promise from council sometime in the past to provide a boat ramp. That's quite a different thing than showing support for another group providing a boat ramp. So I'm not confused about that. Look, and I'm very supportive generally of groups and trusts and the district and awards getting together and making things happen and seeking council support, but I just don't have a lot of confidence in this. I'm not hearing confidence. I'm hearing sort of a slight demand, and I'm concerned about us putting in what's a significant amount of money to something that might get a no, might fail. And we've put $170,000 already towards the resource consent process. And I know we deal with some quite big numbers around the table, and you do get a bit used to it in some way. I mean, you know, $170,000 towards a resource consent process that may not be successful. So I'm not going to support the resolution. And although I just haven't seen enough to give me confidence in terms of the organisations that are offering money to pay for the ramp, should a consent be successful, I haven't seen enough to give me confidence about that. And I think to go into for a trust to go into a process of a resource consent under resourced, you know, I think there's a naivety in a way. I don't mean that disrespectfully, but in terms of understanding just what it's going to cost and what it's going to require, and to not find a way to generate enough funds to go through that process. I can't support potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars of money going into a potentially failed process. So I'm going to be a no to this.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Dowler.
Not being a boat owner technically doesn't worry me too much at all, because I don't need to launch a boat there. But I look at processes that we've done over the last few years on a couple of things. One being a intersection upgrade at the Kaharu Motorsport Park on the highway, where there was a public-private partnership done. Council put in some money. The contractors that were there came in. They spent more money than what the council put in to upgrade that intersection. Then we changed the speed limit, and then the intersection wouldn't have to be upgraded at all. So it's a bonus that it's right and it's safe for the future, but just the way things go. So I'm putting this up as a public-private partnership. We've committed $700,000, possibly to a $3.5 million project. So if they can't come up with that money, it will never be built. Once they get to the court and it goes to the appeal, they've got the choice of saying, no, we're not going any further or whatever. I know we've burnt money, but it's a process. My biggest concern is I do go out to Māpua quite frequently when I cook my wife her tea and do the dishes. And I watch boat owners struggling to get in and out of there sometimes amongst the people. I think it's damn dangerous. And you take that facility out, which I think should be taken out because it shouldn't be used anymore, to let the people do what they do without any fear of kids running in different places. There's got to be a place to be launched. And if Grossie Point's not going to be able to use anymore, Māpua is dead as far as that goes. So I don't like spending money on stuff that may happen or might not happen. But as far as I'm concerned, I'll agree with Glenn that we made a commitment in the LTP to put $700,000 towards whatever. And I think we should follow it through to get them to the point of whether it's a happening thing or not. I look at other things we've done around the district as well, and we've got 4 things coming up in the LTP that can change or go belly up as well. So, yeah, we've got lots of things happening, but in this situation, I'm going to put my hand on my heart and say I think we've got to do a public-private partnership, as I spoke about it, something just earlier on, and let them get on with it, and then a final decision can be made after a consent is given or not. So I will be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Dowler. Councillor Mackenzie.
Oh, yeah, thank you. So the resolution where we agreed the 700, I totally accept that we made that resolution. I think with the benefit of hindsight, maybe the resolution could have been a bit clearer at the time. To me, the phasing of when we agreed to release that money, implicit in agreeing to that phasing was the understanding that the 600 was for construction. I mean, I know it's not shown there in the resolution, but to me, that was actually what it was about. And I mean, I'm just wondering if Mr. Kirby has a comment about 4.9. So the trust has already come back to us once. They've signed an agreement with us to say that any further advance by the council would necessitate more contribution from the trust. So that's what they signed up to when we last released some additional money. So that's being reneged on now, is it?
I'll go back. The memorandum of understanding that has now been translated into a deed of funding. My memorandum of understanding that we signed with the trust soon after that first resolution was along the lines of 250,000 was to go towards the consent preparation and application, and the 600,000 was for the construction. We then went into the deed of funding, and that was translated into the deed of funding. And the deed of funding was done last year post the decision that you made in January, where you advanced another 95,000, I remember, from the remaining 600,000 to further fund the trust. And we said then that the 700,000, before we spent the final part of the 700,000, they had to show us that they had the other 2/3 available. I believe that the deed at the moment still states that. So if we do advance the 250,000, they'll have to show us, if you want to continue along those lines, that they have got another 500,000 on top of that. But that's your decision. The previous decision you made it on the 95,000 last June was not prerequisite on them funding the other showing us that they had other 2/3 funding. But you could actually, under the current agreement, any further funding, they had to show that they had the other 2/3 available.
So I guess on that basis, I mean, I can't support the resolution as it's currently up there. I think that I just think it's an extraordinary amount of money actually at risk for the council. I mean, on the one hand, we've obtained this money through reserve financial contributions for actually assets for the community. I don't feel comfortable getting myself into a situation where I'd have to explain to the community that actually we've spent all this money and we've got nothing. If we should get to that point, I think that if we're going into a public-private partnership, the very nature of a public-private partnership is about sharing risks. And so for me, I would be inviting the trust to come and have a conversation with us about how to share the risks before we got into a situation of advancing more money.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Mailing, and then Councillor Ellis.
Okay. The concern I have is about the quality of the consent application, because we're not controlling that. So I've got a couple of questions I've left here. And I see that you've gone back because of the submissions. You've gone back and asked some questions. So, are you happy with the quality of the consent that's come in on the basis, because they're working in the coastal marine environment, always a difficult area to get a consent, and I would have thought they would have been aware of that beforehand. So, what do you think of the quality of the application?
That's a hard question. That's a harsh question.
I know, but I think it's important for us. I think that question has to be asked, because
you've asked it. I mean, if Leif's happy to answer it, but I would also understand that if he's in a position of potentially an officer who is going to have to process that consent, he will have to be careful about what he says.
I'll give you a very generic response. Like anything, it's a difficult consent to get because of all the moving parts and the combinations of things. The person who put it together isn't a specialist in the area. And that always creates some challenges. And as we've gone through the process with submissions, we've had some very detailed submissions from effectively subject experts that have provided more input into the process. And that's what's being worked on now.
Thank you.
Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. Sorry to ask another question, but hopefully this one will be quite quick. Given that the funding is coming from RFCs, we have a commitment when we collect RFCs to use them in the community, and my assumption is to have a result of our reserve or our community facility. Do we run any risk by using, if a resource consent isn't granted, in paying back those RFCs because we haven't delivered a community facility?
As I've stated in my report, if you forwarded this 250,000 on top of the 170 that we've done and they don't get consent, there's no recourse to get that money back.
But is there a risk that we have to take it from another budget as opposed from taking it from RFCs?
I think that is a very good question, and because we don't have an asset, there is no outcome for that money. So that's an excellent question. I'm not sure if it can be answered today, but
I'll probably let Mike answer that one. You have a decision that if you felt that the RFCs have been penalised and should be reimbursed, then you would need to revisit how you're going to reimburse that and where that funding came from.
Mike.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. My understanding of the RFCs is that the money is to be used for growth-related projects. So you can't use RFCs, for example, for operational cost. There is an argument to be made that getting a resource consent is part and parcel of building an asset. You can't build a house without a building consent. Can't do other things without a resource consent. So it's part of the capital program. For me, the matter you should turn your mind to today has been raised by Councillor Mackenzie, which is the financial risks associated with a further advance. Also, that a further advance would not be in the terms of the current arrangement with the trust. So you may need to amend that arrangement. But as Mr. Kirby has said, ultimately this is your choice. But you may wish to hold further and request additional information from the other party.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Shellcrest.
Yeah, my one's still about the information. That's what I've been hearing the time I've spent in Māpua, is that it was promises were made about the boat ramp. So I think if they can clarify that and prove that, that's definitely going to make my decision a lot easier to make. So, and the other thing was on the RFC thing. Have we ever had a situation like this before? We've used RFCs and had no outcome. And how did that go down?
Golden Bay Community Facility.
We have a grandstand in Golden Bay. I can see it every time I go there. Yeah, the question is not who paid for what. The question is, do we have examples where we've used RFCs to the extent of $500,000 to go through a process and not had any outcome to show for it? Is that's the question, which is a perfectly reasonable question.
And from my perspective, the time here is 7 years. I do not recall that ever occurring.
I'll come to so this. I knew this would take a long time because, and I also get the sense that actually, with some further information, there may be people who potentially are going to be more comfortable with this resolution, which does beg the question about whether we need to decide today. So I'll just leave that as an open question at the moment, because there are a number of people who've indicated they'd like more information and they'd like a conversation with the boat club, boat ramp trust. That may or may not assist them to get to the point. So I'll leave the mover and second to think about the options. I'll come to Councillor McKenzie in a minute. But I think that this is actually much more difficult to say. I know some people say it's real simple, it's only X amount of money, and we've made a commitment through the resolution. But the more I hear about and Leif's comments about the application and the challenges of the environment that they're working in, and that's no reflection on the trustees. They're doing their best. They're putting, they've obviously had advice from somebody who's probably done it for not nothing, but if you know what I mean, like trying to assist. May not be an expert. On the flip side, you have a number of submitters who potentially are utilising or are themselves experts or getting expert evidence. That is going to be a challenging contest, I suspect. I think the thing that's different is that by and large, in all the examples in Councillor Dallin mentioned, we've done lots of these things. We support communities to develop projects, and yes, we work in public-private partnerships with their funding and in our funding. But in my experience, we've never spent money funding one part of the community to effectively go through a process opposing another part of the community. Generally, our community facilities, the consents are not contested. We're not in a process of a debate between one part of the community and another. So I think we have to consciously think about, and if I look at the approach and the thing about the 500,000 bond, I get the sense there's a real kind of bullishness about driving this through a process. The most cost-effective method of actually getting through this for the trust is to engage very outside of the formal process with those submitters and see if they can arrive at accommodation. But I get the sense that there's actually quite a, we'll just ask for a bond to make it difficult for them to appeal kind of approach, which I don't sense is that helpful. So I think that's one thing that's sitting on my, there's two things. So one is the risk because of where it's being done and what's being suggested and all the challenges that Leif mentioned in terms of the complexity of the consent application. The other is you have two parts of the community, both of whom we represent, with different opinions, contesting a process. We have had an example of this before, actually, not in relation to, but the Pakawar rock protection process, where we funded a consent application, which ultimately was not successful, where we spent a significant amount of ratepayers' money. So this is, again, this is not entirely different circumstances, but kind of similar contribution of council to something that in that case was actually for the benefit of the private landowners concerned, and ultimately didn't get through the process. Subsequently, another process is undertaken and part of that consent has been granted. So it's not like we're in completely different realm. So, I mean, it is a very difficult decision. And I guess my question really to the council is, do you want to finalise this today or do you want to take the opportunity to get further information along the lines that has been requested by a number of people, and then come back to the resolution as has been moved. So I don't really want to go a full round of everyone having another opinion, but feel free to succinctly point out whether you would, and I'll come to the mover and seconder first to see what their view is, and then we'll go from there. So you're the mover, Glenn.
Yes, sorry. Thank you. So not an easy decision, but I would say that the two sides of the community that may have different views, the place for hearing those and providing solutions is the resource consent process. As unwieldy and expensive as it is, that is where you bring your issues up that you have in your community in a process. The promise made about the boat ramp may not actually specifically be a promise for a boat ramp. It was the promises or statements the council made through the years about existing boat ramp usage. The previous boat ramp that was used at the wharf, the people, I believe, the community was told that they were about to use that boat ramp when the wharf was commercialised. That promise failed. They can no longer use that boat ramp. That made Rossi Point the default boat ramp. My worry is council will one day turn around and say you can't launch your boat there. And then we are left with a community without a boat ramp. And that's why I support this. I draw the council's attention to point 5, which is, again, enforcing that this is a capped amount. So regardless of what aspect the trust builds, whether they stage it or what they arrive at, our expenditure is capped at 700,000. And I also note there that any further works, any further funds would be to physical works only. So this is our cut-off point. This is the point at which we say this is as far as we can support you on this until you're through the resource consent or you start physical works. So there isn't a change to the amount we're funding. And collectively, if we approve the 250,000, that's actually only about 55% of the total funds, which I think is appropriate given that it's in a marine coastal environment. I think they might have been a bit naive about the amount the resource consent was going to cost, but I think it is an excessive considering the environment that it's in. So that's why I still support this.
And you would like to have it decided today? Might as well. Okay. Councillor Greening, then Councillor Hill.
Okay, so we have been here before. We gave $1 million to irrigators to fund a resource consent application. We've given money to Golden Bay Community Facility for expert reports because they couldn't afford them. Same arguments made there that they had funding ready to go, but the funding, because a lot of grants will only fund the capital expenditure, not the consent process. So it's chicken before egg type of thing. It's a timing issue. So we've been here before with the Golden Bay Community Facility, probably seeking a lot more money actually, and we had the confidence to support that. We've just approved $180 million, sorry, 180 million, 180,000 already today for a blowout that we had no control over. So again, just putting these into perspective. I'm sure that the trust would be willing to share, given they announced it today that they have some people who can provide letters of support if that's what you require. I'm not in a rush for this if there are councillors who want to be reassured of that. But I am amused that that arguments about a risk of consent processes, given quite risky processes on Golden Bay Community Facility and the Waimea Dam, weren't even raised. So that's interesting, and probably the Waimea Dam probably was the more risky one, as it's shown to be. Glenn, I'm happy to pause the vote if you want to table it, up to the chair how he wants to do it. I'm sure that the boat club can provide that reassurance to those councillors that there is funding here. Remember, we're only funding up to 700K, which is what Glenn already alluded to, which we have approved through the LTP process. We're relitigating everything in the LTP again by going through this risk consent process and all the rest of it. We already knew that. We already knew these risks were there when we approved the 700K. So to now relitigate it seems a little bit bizarre and probably a bit disconcerting for other community groups who are trying to work with council and can see just how inconsistent we might be. So that's a little bit of a worry from my perspective that we're having these types of debates. I think it's pretty clear that they are going to go through a consent process, and that was always contemplated. So again, I'm surprised of that. And we only give 700K. So hello, if this doesn't happen now with a private vendor, at some point the pressure is going to be on for council to totally fund not only the consent process, but the capital cost. You've got someone here who's bringing in private funds. And that was the great thing about Golden Bay as well. They could bring in the private funds. Hence, we supported the pre-consent process with all the expert opinions, etc. We could see the money lining up.
So I didn't really want to. I didn't really want to go. Everyone have another go at justifying their position, but it's just a question of with the
I'm
mover
just
and
responding to
seconder,
some of the
mover
some
and
of the
seconder
arguments made,
clarifying
really.
whether they wish to proceed with the resolution today or not. I've got the.
So I'm happy to proceed if Glenn wants to proceed, but I'm also happy to pause if Glenn wants to pause to get these documents which have been alluded to. Noting the trust did say, and it has been recorded today, that they will not be seeking any additional funds because they have all these funds in the background.
I did get your support for potentially letting it lie on the table amongst the other comments. And I think it's also important to point out that actually this resolution is not a cap of 700,000, as Councillor Dakey pointed out. It's actually a cap of 500 and, well, not actually, for whatever the addition of 170 or 250 is, on legal processes, also on any processes that do not involve some form of physical construction. So it's actually a double cap, for want of a better term. The overall cap is 700,000 to the project as a whole. And this resolution, the way I read it, says that after this 250, if there's an appeal, for example, and or further information and or other processes that need to be followed, then that is a conversation that the trust will have to have in terms of raising that extra funding. So there's a cap of 700 overall to the whole project should it proceed. And as Councillor Dakey pointed out, this is also a cap of this contribution to legal processes / consent processes / anything that isn't physical construction, just so we're all clear. I'll reiterate the point. I do believe that there's a number of people whose vote will be probably dependent on whether or not this happens today or at a point where further information is able to be provided. And I'll now go around the table and see if there's any other comments. I'll come back to Councillor Hill and then Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you, because a few people have had a couple of cracks at this, and that was why my hand was up. I think for me, this isn't about whether to support the boat ramp or not. I support a ramp happening, but we've had a few conversations at recent meetings and workshops about the risk and financial risk and sustainability. And for me, it comes down to that. There's an agreement that we've got in place with the trust, and they need to meet their side of that. And I just don't have confidence about the trust meeting what it's said it will do and what it's required to do. I just haven't seen the evidence that gives me that confidence. And I think that I don't agree that the place to sort out the various the opposition or things that the opposing submitters would want to have happen or not happen. I don't think the place for that is in a resource consent hearings process and environment court, and if you can work it out in a community. And that's what I want to see the trust doing is finding a way to resolve those issues. So bit of a different situation with the grandstands. We were in court and we'd spent hundreds of thousands of dollars already in court. So we can go down that road, but it's a very different situation. And just want to re-emphasise that to me this is about risk, putting in $420,000 towards a resource consent that may not be approved. And I guess I have a little less confidence still when I hear that the application was prepared by someone who didn't have expertise in that area. It's a very complex consent, I imagine. So supportive of the ramp, not of the process.
Councillor McKenzie.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, we've sat around the table, people have referred to the term joint venture, I find myself sitting here and think that we're being forced into a or a B, which is very much not about a joint venture kind of relationship or partnership. This is why we need to sit around the table with the trust and actually tease out some of these matters where they're saying this, but actually, you know, it might be this. And the very nature of a joint venture kind of arrangement is where parties share risk. And in actual fact, so it's not looking like a joint venture to me. So I don't like being forced into a situation where I think there is more information to be teased out, which would be to the benefit of all parties. And so for that reason, I just can't, you know, I'm not going to be put into a box around it. I think it needs a lot more discussion and information.
Okay. Councillor Mailing.
I'm happy to move that we lay this on the table until we get further information and have discussion with the trust.
Okay. So procedural motion. So people are clear it needs a 50% majority to leave the matter lie on the table. So a straight majority of people voting. So it doesn't negate the current resolution, which remains the resolution to be debated at a point in the future should this motion be passed. I'll give people the opportunity to speak to the motion, but again, we've got a lot to get through today, much of which involves vastly greater sums of money, coming back to various of the points that have been made, and substantially more significant strategic conversations. So if we could minimise speaking to the resolution, but it's been moved and seconded. Oh, maybe you don't have to, any speakers.
Through the chair, no, you
Brilliant.
have to decide.
There are no speakers to procedural motions. Thank you, Elaine. I was arriving at that point slowly. So is everyone clear what the resolution entails? I will put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Brilliant. Maybe I should have done that earlier. Righto. Now we're going to break for lunch. So,
Return time?
half past. No, 1 o'clock. So next item on the agenda, another item about which there are a few strong opinions and no disagreement. So another nice simple one. Streets for People implementation feedback. Jamie and Joe, you're leading the conversation. Jamie, I'll hand over to you to introduce and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. So sitting at the table here, we've got the project managers for the respective Streets for People projects, Joe for Richmond and Vincent for Māpua. So there's quite a detailed report and attachments. I'm happy to take those as read and answer any questions.
Thank you, Jamie. Right. Comments, feedback, questions?
I can start if you like, Mr. Mayor, while my computer wakes up, gets going, whatever. So mine's a question for you, Mr. Mayor, is of a general nature, just around how you got the feedback and stuff like that. Because anecdotally and in person, I've had people approach me about generally residents who live on the streets who are unhappy about their loss of parking, particularly here in Richmond. How have you got feedback from those people, Brian? You sure that you've got the feedback from both Champion Road and Queen Street from residents who have to live by these things 24/7?
Yep, through the chair. So every resident that's on the Streets for People network had been invited to submit on the walking and cycling strategy, and they also had surveys delivered to their door as a post implementation feedback. Also pre-implementation, we got their understanding of how safe they felt in that environment, and after. So there were plenty of free text questions where they could give us their feedback, and I'm fairly sure that's been captured in the surveys.
Thank you, because it does seem surprising that in Māpua you're actually going to do some modifications based on feedback, but in Richmond you're intending to leave the two main corridors of referred to Champion Road and Queen Street exactly the same without modification. Well, we've had delegations and he's speaking to us in public forum. As I say, I've had residents call on me. So I just wonder how it can be so different.
Well, Māpua, through the chair, Māpua was inherently different, and it was a much more complex installation. There was concrete bollards, there was two-way cycleways, and for everything we did in Richmond, it was cycle lanes on both sides of the road, no concrete separators, basically just some paint on the ground. So yeah, Māpua was much more complex, and there were some options to change the Richmond installations, which were included in the attachments. But yeah, ultimately it's just a full change in whether you want cycle lanes on both sides of the road or one or none.
So just for concluding question, I may, Mr. Mayor, just finally, so you're confident that most people are comfortable with the loss of parking outside their residence here in Richmond?
I'm not going to say that.
I didn't want to put words there, but put it another way, that they can manage the situation, particularly if like they have elderly visitors coming or having a birthday party where a number of people are turning up and some are elderly. I know they're only one-off type things, but this is, of course, when it affects people the most.
Well, the good thing about Queen Street is that there are multiple side streets with on-street parking already, and we have included some numbers in the report about parking availability within private properties, and Queen Street does have more units and sort of lower numbers of parking in those units, but ultimately we think that people can manage that with parking within their private property or on side streets, and then it's just I think on Queen Street you're only 150 metres from a side street at any one time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor Brian. I'll get Councillor Ellis and then Councillor Mailing.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Joe. Thank you. I have to be pretty upfront. I'm not a great fan of the Queen Street work, and I've been quite upfront about that since the beginning. But there were some things that put me into being supportive of the trial. And one of those was the setting up of it, because, you know, part of our remit as a council is to look after community wellbeing. And one of the compensations, I suppose, in the area was a new seating area, community socialisation area, a small parklet, and as yet it appears to only be full of plant boxes. I don't know if we're storing them for Māpua or what. But what could you please clarify where we are at with that? Two, have we done any surveying of community wellbeing of the residents in that area since those cycleways have gone in? And no, that'll do me for now. Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair, the parklet we were there was a little bit of complexity in how we designed it and how we would manage the stormwater, which is why it's taken so long for us to get to this point. We've essentially ordered all of the materials, and we were due to start 3 weeks ago, but decided to hold off until this decision was made in case there was a change in tune, and or if we wanted to remove the cycle lanes, how that would impact the parklet. But essentially, if the recommendation is taken on Queen Street, we'll be starting next week to install the parklet. It'll take 3 weeks to install.
Just the parklet?
Just the parklet. And the plant box, the whole thing, the whole structure, the seating area. Yes, yeah. And your other question, we've surveyed all the residents, so they've all had surveys
on their well-being, because I mean personally, I've had comments about how it's no longer feeling like a community. where the cars actually created a hazard that, you know, we've spent a lot of money building concrete things to slow traffic, and their view that the cars, albeit you say that there weren't a lot there, people were out and about more, and the times that I've driven through there, not so much. So I'm just trying to get an idea of, because I don't think we've looked at it, and I'm just double checking that I'm correct in that. And also I forgot what the other thing I was going to ask about is, I noticed in the surveys there's, from the people using it, they don't feel safer in that area. They're still feeling quite unsafe. And is that a fair characterisation?
Sorry, well, I think we'll just have to refer to the report on how safe people felt in that area, because we characterised that based on user groups. So we asked people how safe they felt that area was for children that scoot, walk, bike, and then people that elderly use that, and typical residents. And I'm not sure that there was a major increase in people feeling unsafe. Have you got the numbers there, Vincent? Yeah, and I suppose the one thing to point out is the numbers of survey responses we had in our baseline survey was significantly lower than the post-construction survey. We had about 780 pieces of feedback after construction, and it was a bit more emotionally charged after, whereas before we were dealing with 100 to 200 pieces of feedback, so it was a different sample size. 780 pieces of submissions, and before I can't remember exactly what the number is. 77, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mailing.
Well, I'm happy to move the motion as it is. And look, I cycle the Richmond ones on a regular basis, and before we took these trials, I did a month of sampling parking on both Champion Road and Hill Street myself on at least 5 days a week or 6 days a week. And I know where the people were parking, and we made a modification to Hill Street, which is yet to be fully implemented in terms of the 30k zone between William Street and Queen Street. And I've asked Joe about that beforehand, so we'll be coming in soon. Some of the painting's been done, but in all, people don't like change. And we've had some adverse comment on Queen Street, but I think we need to let this go a bit longer to see if it really works. And I think the parklet will be a big thing in that. But what I have seen, and I spent some time at St Joseph's School in Salisbury Road, and we've now getting 30 kids, primary school kids, biking to St Joseph's School since we've done this work, and they used to get 4. So there's been a big change. And at Garran College, they're getting up to 60 at Garran College. So we are changing behaviour, and it does inconvenience some people, but roads are for driving and transport, not just parking. If you want people to park, you should park on your property. So it does upset some people, but I want to see this run for longer. And that means that we might have to pay for the change at a later date, as I understand it. But until you run this for a year, you don't really know whether it's working or not in some ways. So, look, I'm sure I'll get some flack in Richmond about Queen Street. And I had talked about doing the treatment they've done on Salisbury Road, where there's 4 parks left outside Waimea College on Salisbury Road, and we've widened the footpath. And you can ride up on a very wide footpath now. There's a ramp, and I did it this morning coming here. And I think that works. I don't know that there's room to do that in Queen Street opposite the shops, which would have given us parking on both sides and still had a safe cycling zone. But I think to make changes now is too early, and that's why I'm happy to move the motion as it is, with the changes that have been suggested for Māpua, which isn't my area, and I have cycled it, but not as often because I cycle around Richmond at least 3 or 4 days a week. So I think we should let it roll.
Thank you. So it's been moved, councillor Mailing. Is there a seconder for the resolution? Councillor Commonwealth, I indicate, is that an indication of seconding? You may speak now.
Can I speak? Through you, the chair. I'm sorry, I'm technically challenged at the moment and not online. So, I'm a bit like Joe there, sorry, Councillor Ellis, where the initial setup was sort of frustrating because there seemed to be a lack of overall communication, but the process has worked well, I believe, in general. And I think the outcomes here are in general fitting with what your final plan was. I think I do have a couple of issues. You're going to want to, in Māpua, you want to retain the concrete separators. The concrete separators have vertical sides on them, and they're not very handy to roll over. And I've seen one already that's had the end chipped out of the concrete. So that, to me, says there must have been a severe impact in there. And also, I'm not an engineer in this field, but most of the concrete separators seem to have black tire marks on them, whether they're by design by the rubbish driver or by accident with people falling off their bikes, whatever. I was wondering what would make you consider taking them up and putting a rollover type separator? That's my first question.
Any?
Yeah, so through the mayor, what you're talking about is probably, in terms of the separators, is probably a little bit like the original installations we did on Salisbury Road, where they are rubberized plastic, and because it's because of how that material is produced, it can have quite a thin corner where it meets the pavement. Whereas with the precast concrete, you've got to have a minimum thickness just to give it strength. So that's one of the limitations of the product that's been used there. It is an option to use a similar rubberized product. I'm not sure if we've had any particular incidents reported. I might need others to confirm if there's been any reported crashes due to people striking that vertical edge of the concrete. I'm sorry, I haven't got that data.
More, that's right, through the mayor, and they'll be short and sharp. Number 35, Aranui Road, which was on the bend, where there's a home business, where there was yellow lines there, and they were taken out. What would need to happen for them to be put back in again?
Well, technically, under the traffic control devices bylaw, just a resolution confirming that the no stopping lines will be put in. I believe it's something that we're recommending.
The yellow lines in the original drawings that were approved, they were actually already in there, so we actually don't need to change anything. And as per the outcome of the workshop we had with the governance panel a couple of weeks ago, we agreed that our plan is to reinstate those yellow no stopping lines outside number 35.
Sorry, I didn't see it in my. So that's fine. Long as that's going to go back, that's good.
I might talk to that. It was an interesting test, right? So we initially removed the parking. Then we had a request to see if we could reinstate the parking. So we did that, yep, in the spirit of trying these things and seeing what sort of feedback we get. And we got a really strong response from a number of people. I was at the drop-in session in Māpua, and the number of people who were concerned about vehicles now parking on the street there was quite notable. which is interesting because before that change had been made, we would have expected the same kind of reaction about removing on-street parking as we're seeing elsewhere. So once you put parking back, the risk is others who really like the no parking will come forward and tell us that we're making a terrible mistake.
Okay, and totally agree with that. But yesterday there was a funeral at the Hills Community Church, and a number of vehicles parked between the concrete separators and the curb. I'd venture to suggest there's probably about 7 or 8 blocking the cycle path. So that's just my very, very last one. And we talked about it before, is biking etiquette. We got e-bikes going along probably you've got other cycleways where they believe they have the right of way, they travel so fast that they scare pedestrians there. And I would like to see the council develop some sort of etiquette for e-bikes so that the owners of these bikes know of the pedestrians have right of way. So if there could be some recognition that something is done about cycling etiquette. That's my last question.
Through the mayor, yeah, we've already got that underway through our road safety coordinator, Jenny. She's got a She With Care program to address exactly that issue. Thank you. Just for clarification, the resolution has been moved and seconded. I've got Councillor Hill next, who's under a time constraint, and then I'll list who else I have. So I have Councillor Dakey, Councillor Dowler, Councillor Murray, Councillor Butler, and Councillor Ellis, I think, just indicated as well. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I was checking to see if it had been seconded or not because I was happy to. And just a brief comment to say that I appreciate the work that goes into this. And it's so sort of odd, isn't it, that in our country we've had this incredible sort of conflict between roads, cars, bikes, and let's not forget people on mobility scooters. But so I find that whole sort of business pretty strange myself. And I think it was good how you explained in the report around, that people make a protest for change or make their thoughts known in terms of change. And if they're not wanting to change, and they're not sort of likely to. So it's good to think about the feedback we get in that context. In Holland, I'm thinking this is true. I believed it. Actually, it wasn't a country full of cyclists, and so then they developed a whole lot of infrastructure for cyclists. The infrastructure was developed first, and then it became a big cycling nation. So I'm all for us providing infrastructure for people to walk, bike, mobility scooter, and I just accept that there's adjustments for some in some places around parking, but support the changes. Well done, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Dakey.
Thank you, through the mayor. Aranui Road, what a fantastic result to see that the community's voice has been listened to and that a lot of these changes are coming to fruition for them. We know the planter box has been popular. Champion Road has been a very successful pilot, and the school kids have certainly benefited from it. Where my problem comes is in Queen Street, where it says retain pilot with no changes, but the pilot is essentially not finished. So my question to you would be, with the parklet going in, is it possible to extend this trial period and then out 30 days, or would that affect funding? So can we extend the trial period considering the layout is essentially not finished?
So ultimately, if we delayed or deferred this decision on Queen Street until the next council meeting, which is the 20th of June, we would have 10 days to then turn around any required changes. And if that change was a full removal of the pilot, line marking removal, you're not going to get a traffic management plan by then. So the risk is that would have to then be funded by a different budget line.
What mechanism do we have for reviewing the parklet and how that affects the area? When will that come back for review then?
Jamie, it looks like this is you.
Similar to the Aranui Road example, you know, these things do need time to for people to live with them and experience them, and then maybe give us feedback. So what I'd expect through all of the changes that we're making at the moment through the Streets for People, of which there are more to come, you know, Hill Street, Wensley Road, is that there will be progress reporting in the future. So I'm thinking later this calendar year. So this is not a one and done type thing. There will be, if the council requests it, there will be regular reporting and more surveying to understand how the community are feeling about these changes, and to check that they're, you know, we'll keep counting cyclists, we'll keep measuring speeds, we'll keep measuring sentiments. And these are things that we're building into our performance measures for our new long-term plan, so that this is not the end of it. This is an ongoing process.
Didn't really answer the question, but I appreciate your response. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Dowler.
Mine's just a message from a concerned dairy owner in Motueka, actually. He must be a friend of the dairy owner up on Queen Street here. He's lost all his downhill traffic. They're not stopping, they're just going straight past. His business has become totally unviable. I just asked by the dairy owner and Mott to pass it on that you should go up and have a chat to the dairy owner up here and get the facts of exactly what's going on.
Joe. Through the chair, thanks, Councillor Dallin. We have had a few discussions with the owner of the dairy. We do touch on it in the report that the owner of the dairy did indicate that he had heard that instead of people pulling into the side street, they were going down to the petrol station or down to Fresh Choice at the time, now Pack and Save, I suppose. And he did indicate at the time that there was fluctuations in revenue, and he was concerned that some weeks it was getting quite low, but then some weeks were comparable to before they started before we put the cycle lanes in. So yeah, I mean, we'll continue to have discussions with chumneys. Yep.
So just the beginning of last week, so it was after a meeting we had here.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Murray.
I think it's a short statement really is that I wish Richmond and Māpua really well, but I struggle with not being able to park outside a place that doesn't have parking on site for visitors, and we're actually encouraging smaller lots, and I simply would be one of those people to dairy that would just drive past. So I'm glad it's in a town near you and not a town around me. But I wish you well. But it's interesting. So we've donated at least five people from Motueka to join the Richmond community who keep emailing me about their concerns around Hill Street and the lack of parking that's going to be there. So yeah, gosh, in for the ride.
This is what is reflected through whether it's Richmond West or presume Richmond South and Richmond on the rise. So where we are effectively creating a more intensification where parking is not available on site, then I expect that we will design in a cycling and walking network at the time before we develop it that enables people to access both parking and walking and cycling opportunities, because we're starting from scratch. And most of the areas that we're talking about, I've driven up and down these roads. There is, in many cases, large double garages, multiple parking, and no one in them but cars on the road. So I think it is, there are, I 100% agree. If we are making a conscious decision to encourage intensification, and whether they're brownfields redevelopment or greenfields, we have an obligation in that circumstance to ensure that in the design of those areas that we provide for both parking and walking and cycling. That is slightly different from the current situation, where largely large lots, largely plenty of off-street parking, notably the exception of birthdays and things, but I don't think we can probably design an entire system around that particular part of it. Councillor Butler.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, my question relates to people in cars who normally use a mobility park, and they've got the mobility park thing. So, are they allowed to park? I mean, do you have any allowances for mobility parks on the say, for example, on Queen Street? Say if you've got somebody who can't walk and is driving a car and needs to park to visit a property, is there any scope for them having a mobility notice and being able to park there? No, I know there isn't now, but just looking into the future and whether or not you've had feedback about that problem.
So the expectation would be that they would park on the site that they're visiting, not in the cycle lane. There's no legal mechanism for someone to park legally in a cycle lane.
Right.
Yep.
Right. So they have to park. They just park normally over the road.
They would park in the site that they're visiting.
So okay. So if there isn't, sorry.
That area on the property where you park in the driveway next to the double garage.
So if there isn't any space in that property, then that's tough luck, is it? Really?
I'm not aware of any such examples.
Was it Councillor Ellis?
Thank you. I just want to make a request. Can we please take Queen Street out of the resolution and vote on it separately? Because I really support all of the other actions. I've appreciated the process and I understand where the community, it can take a while to adjust to change. But given the situation in Queen Street, I feel like we haven't taken the community on the journey. There hasn't been the benefits that we can see in other areas to safety and usage. And along that particular stretch of road, there is not double garages. We've got a lot of units and people that are having to park on the road or, well, that's a different story for what I'm getting anyway. And I think we've just actually failed to take the community on this journey with us, and they've been very clear that they don't want it. So I just, because I am happy to vote for the others, but I can't vote in favour of Queen Street, and I don't have to vote against everything in this particular situation.
In which case your option is to move an amendment.
Yeah. Can I please move an amendment?
You may move an amendment if you carefully think about what that amendment might involve and you get a seconder. But you actually have to do that. you can't, unfortunately, you can't just say I want to move an amendment. You actually have to propose an amendment and then get it seconded.
Could we please make it recommendation number 3? It can have approves the following design changes and have Queen Street.
Yeah, like I'll ask the movers' indulgence, because it's not like we aren't going to vote on the Queen Street thing. We are. It just is that it'll be done in 2 stages. So if the mover is happy to break it into sections, which will solve the rigmarole of an amendment and all the hoo-ha, it's not like it won't still be voted on, and it will enable people to not have to vote against something in its entirety. So, yep. Thank you, Elaine. So I am in the hands of the mover in this case. I'm reluctant, but I will So just to be clear, we will now, 2.3 will come out and simply become a separate resolution, which the same mover and seconder may well move and second in due course, but we'll just focus this resolution on the items where there appears to be pretty much widespread support. Councillor Greening and then Councillor Mackenzie.
Yeah, so my question, and it was a timely note by Councillor Ellis, was around taking the community on the journey. Snappy heading. I'm just wondering what the follow-up is going to be for all the people who provided feedback, because I think it's important that they are given access to these summary documents, which I think are quite good, so they can see not only their feedback, but the feedback of their wider community. For Aranui residents, I think it's a reassurance that their voices were heard, 86%. In Richmond, was it 300 of 295 or whatever it was, of 730 or whatever it was, is still, I think, a mixed result. So I think it's important that people see these reports, because I think they're quite useful, and it continues the engagement, which I think is really important, especially for Queen Street. So I'm just wondering how we can ensure that people who provided feedback will get access to these summary reports.
Jamie, Joe.
Oh, yeah, through the chair. So we, up on the website, our Shape Tasman page, we have the focal report ready to go. It's not being published just yet. It will be after this meeting. So we will also provide a one-pager which summarises the key points and how we've come to these decisions, which we'll be posting soon. And then we will also deliver some letters to these key streets that have had decisions made on in the coming weeks, to alert them of the decisions that have been made and point them in the direction of this information.
So can these summary reports be put on the library for easy access as well as on our website? Because some people may not have internet access. I'm not saying everyone doesn't, but some don't.
Yeah, the public library. Yes. Yeah. Sure.
I think it's really important that we fully engage and be very transparent with the results, because they are indicating actually there's quite a bit of support for some of these changes.
Yep. So you have agreement with that suggestion, Councillor Green, Councillor Mackenzie, and then I'll look to put the resolution as has been moved in the first part.
Thank you very much. I mean, you know, the council, I think, was applauded when we finally approved our walking and cycling strategy. You know, 79% of the people who submitted agreed with it. If I think about it, you know, if we hadn't have had that strategy, we would never have been in a position to apply to central government for the funding that we got through the Streets for People. We were on our game. We got the funding, and we've been able to make progress. I mean, we can see in terms of where we might be heading with the LTP that we're not going to make any more progress for quite some time. So it's fantastic what's actually been achieved. And honestly, I take my hat off to Vincent and Joe and Jamie and probably Mike, because any change is actually really, really hard. And I think that you know, where you've got us to with this is fantastic. And hearing, you know, the increased numbers of kids actually biking to school is really a great result. So I just wanted to thank you very much for your efforts.
Okay, thank you very much. It's probably a good place to move to put in the resolution. There's a mover and seconder. Do you want to write a reply at this point? I will put the resolution. Everyone realises 2.3 is not part of it anymore. So all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against. That leaves us with 2.3. I presume someone would like to move and second 2.3. Councillor Mailing. Seconded by anybody? Councillor Mackenzie. So now we are debating just the Queen Street changes. Is there any further discussion to be had? The only question I have just around this funding conundrum in terms of the deadline or the date by which, and coming back to Councillor Dakey's query about, you know, can we extend it? And I think you said yes, but then you'd have a very short time frame in which to make any changes. I must say that is immensely frustrating. Having spent the length of time and effort, as Councillor Mackenzie pointed out, and having been able to address the issues and changes in Māpua, which started off very controversially, I think, to be fair, quite a bit of feedback, not all of it positive, but having been able to demonstrate the changes, same in some of the other parts, it is frustrating to find ourselves this far in through this much consultation and this much effort and energy and good feedback from people to find ourselves pushed into a place where I suspect most of us would probably like to extend it for 6 months and go, let's see what happens with the pocket park, let's see what happens around the shops in Upper Queen Street, and be able to then have a further review. So there is literally zero chance of that happening. There's just no capability to extend at all.
Through the chair, correct. That's the information we've been given from Wakiotahi NZTA.
There's no open meeting, but tricky, but there's no, interesting little way we could. So effectively, are we giving money back?
Not at this stage. So we're still doing the detailed design for Wensley Road.
Okay.
So once we've had that fully priced, we'll have an idea. But ultimately, when we're forecasting this, we have to keep a chunk of change in the back pocket if the council did make the decision to remove all of this and go back to the streets as they were.
So we've still got some work to do on Wensley Road. So we still have budget from the same source.
Correct.
There's not a sneaky bit we can. I'm just asking a question. Like, they seem happy for us to spend the money in X amount, but in this particular case, in this particular issue, it just seems frustrating to me that we've got this far down the track. We know we haven't fully completed the trial because some of the things haven't actually been implemented to measure. This it annoys me that we're now stuck in this real tight time bind, which I'm sure it probably does you as well. So I'm not suggesting this is no wiggle room. Thought I'd ask. Righto. Councillor Greening, I don't want to go relitigate it. We kind of had a conversation about Queen Street. I understand the concerns and the issues, and I understand the request, which it appears is not able to be accommodated. So I would really like to put it. We've still got a lot of stuff to go through in today's agenda. Councillor Greening.
Given the recent comment from staff about keeping some funds aside for any changes, I think that would be prudent to do, and it reassures those people in Queen Street that if the mood changes and swings like it did in Aranui, that we have the funds to change it.
No, I don't think so. Again, this is what we need to be absolutely clear about. My understanding is if we change it post this decision in X amount of months, we will have to pay the cost. There isn't money to make further changes utilising the funding that we have currently. That is my understanding.
That's correct.
Yep. Okay. So just so we're all clear. So yes, we can review, absolutely, and we can amend, change and alter, but it would come at a cost to the council / ratepayer as opposed to the funding that we've currently received from Motueka.
Price of paint.
Yeah. Councillor Walker and then Councillor Dowler, can we?
Thank you, through Mayor. So just a point of clarification, this paper is reviewing feedback, but yet it's on something that hasn't been constructed completely. It's still a work in progress. So how are we reviewing the feedback when the actual mahi hasn't been completed?
So I think it's been made pretty clear. We can continue to review the feedback and we can make changes. It's just the funding is the deadline that we have. We can continue to review, amend, change, alter to our heart's content going forward. It would come out of our budget, and that is the question. But we don't have the wiggle room to, as has been clearly outlined by Joe and Jamie. As much as I would like to be able to massage it. Councillor Dowler / Chief.
The other day we were talking about a raised crossing up here somewhere. Was that under Transport Choices, not Streets for People?
Through the chair, so we've put in a raised pedestrian crossing outside Garran College that was finished last week, and we're also upgrading the existing pedestrian crossing by Washbourne Drive on Queen Street to a raised pedestrian crossing. There was also a suggestion that we might be able to put one in another area of Queen Street, which we're looking into. Yeah, yeah.
So it's just not in this bit. That's all.
So that hasn't been done yet. It was originally going to be done under the Transport Choices program, but since that funding was pulled, we can do it under Streets for People.
Okay, right. We got a resolution. I will put the resolution. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Show of hands. All those in favour, please say aye. Hands up on Councillor Greening. Have you got a hand up or nay?
I've got a hand up.
Okay, cool. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 with Councillor Greening's hand. Against? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think my counting is right. So it's carried 7-6. Righto. Councillor Hills left the meeting, so I suspect she would have voted in favour just from her commentary, but it is carried 7-6. On hands, no division. Okay. I'm just going to have a quick discussion about the next items. Yeah. No, I don't need to go back. I'm just trying to. So just bear with me for a second. No, we're not having a cup of tea. Definitely not. There may be no more cups of tea all afternoon. But what I am contemplating is going to the in-committee items. I apologise for a number of staff who may be here for other items, but there are some quite chunky items to be considered in committee that may take a significant amount of time. And rather than work through the balance of the agenda, some of which should be reasonably straightforward and is not as critical in terms of decision making, I would like to go into committee now, address the in-committee items, come back out of committee, go through the balance of the agenda on the Section 17A reviews, and if time is of short, then some of those may not be attended to today, but that's probably not the end of the world. So, yes, that one's been pulled anyway, so that's no longer on it. So, can I have a mover to go in committee? Thank you, Tarina and David, for your attendance and contribution. And move Councillor Mailing, second and Councillor Walker to go into committee. I'll put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. David's here. Seeing as David's here, the Section 17 analysis in relation to waste management. Oh, yes, I am correct. David, seeing as you're here, we'll go with that item first. Page 226.
Thank you, councillors. I'm happy to take this report as read and take any questions.
Okay, thank you. So, open for questions, comments, moving and or seconding. The resolution is up there, so effectively it's a continuation of the services that we currently provide, in essence, after reviewing the options. Councillor Dowler.
Yeah, just the last bullet point in 2.3 about the processing of organic materials. That is just the green waste. It's not going as far as the veggie waste or anything out of houses.
Through the chair, the initial assessment included that scope as well. This is not a commitment to deliver that, but if we were to, you're correct, it includes green waste processing, but in an event that we did agree to do that, the question is, how should we deliver that service? And the recommendation was to do it jointly with Nelson or potentially contract to Nelson to do that. So this is not a commitment to do this service, but if we did that service, how would we deliver it? Just got to remember this was prepared over a year ago when it was looking like it was a compulsory service that the council had to provide. So this is not a commitment to deliver this service, but if it was ever delivered, then that was a recommendation on how to do that.
As long as it's noted, thank you.
Yeah, no, 100%. The same question came up in a conversation the other day, and so again, it's not a commitment or a way round of getting to a future. It's if the council did decide to, how it would then be delivered. I've got Councillor Greening, Councillor Kinnermont, Councillor McKenzie, and Deputy Mayor Bryant.
So I'm just catching up with the documents. Are we at 17.10 or 17.11? Didn't quite catch it. Are we at 7.11? Or 7.10? Waste management. Okay, 7.11. Thank you. Okay, so just for clarity and for the benefit of the public as well, we had earlier in the year a discussion around 17A reviews, and I thought there was some discussion about delegating to CEO. So can some clarity be provided about how these reports are coming here, seeking council's acknowledgement?
Sorry, correction. Through the chair, only the election services, section 17A would need to come to me, but the rest have to come to council.
Interesting. Just on a more broader note, I know we're looking at the cost effectiveness, and I know in some of these reports we've done a comparative analysis, effectively benchmarking. Is there a reason why we haven't looked at a more, because we're looking at cost effectiveness, cost benefit analysis in these reports?
So we took, through the chair, we took advice from an external consultant on this, and we looked at the cost effectiveness on a qualitative, we took a qualitative approach rather than a quantitative approach. If you look at the appendix to the analysis, there is cost effectiveness has been rated, but not a strict estimate of each one. If you look at the appendix of attachment 1, does that answer the question?
So if we're looking at cost effectiveness now, shouldn't we be looking at cost benefit rather than just qualitative?
The Greening's question.
So our understanding is that we essentially assess at a reasonably high level which of these options is most likely to be effective. We took advice on this, and that's probably a question I'd need to go back to the author of the report on, but we assessed it through a fairly established approach using a reputable consultant that's assessed these things before.
Right. So yeah, I was looking at the other report as well, and it kind of was benchmarking, and the concern with that approach is, well, if they're all operating in a non-cost effective way, we appear to be aspiring to that. So I think it's the danger of not doing a full cost benefit analysis is you don't know whether it's actually worthwhile. You just could be following or trying to benchmark against people who are cost ineffective. But I welcome your approach to your consultant and look forward to that feedback. Thank you.
I think,
Richard.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think if you look at the 5 options that are considered under that particular table,
we could go through each of those and work out the costs, but if you think carefully, setting up CCOs or CCTOs and partnerships with a waste company or whatever, I mean, the costs, the overhead costs of doing all of that on its own, without actually going through the details of it, and comparing that with what we're doing now, that we manage it as a council and with a contract, I think you'd agree that you'd have to agree that if we went through the details of it, we'll probably end up in the same situation. The cost of doing all of that is probably not justified.
But the review is supposed to look at the cost effectiveness. But I know what you're saying. You're saying the administrative cost of doing it is higher than the assessment. But unless we know that, we know what the cost alternatives are, it's very hard to actually determine whether it's cost effective or not.
Yeah, I mean,
Thank you.
I do take your point. There's a question of how much time, effort, and energy we put into assessing these options, which in itself has a cost. So, point noted. Any further comment, Councillor Bryant?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions, if I may, David and Richard. Just in relation to the resolution and in relation to Councillor Dowler's question earlier about processing of organic materials, what's in the resolution? Is that different to what Councillor Dowler was talking about? Or could that be interpreted to be that?
Through the chair, that's helpful actually. We do have resolutions there that in some ways there is an overlap there. We've got processing of organic material, and we've also got, oh no, I beg your pardon. So that's quite a broad. Processing organic material could include green waste and it could include food waste in the future. Essentially what it's saying is that for the current timeframe in front of us, we're proposing to continue with the status quo, and the status quo includes processing of green waste. What it does is it gives us, if at some stage in the future, within the 6-year window of the 17A, that the council made a decision to process some other organic material other than green waste, then we've done a 17A assessment. But the reality is that we're looking at a detailed business case at the moment with Nelson anyway, and that will answer some of those questions. So I guess coming back to the resolution, it doesn't in any way constrain the council or require the council or even indicate that the council will process other organic material other than green waste.
Without coming back to us. Correct. And then secondly, just I think the contract with Smart Environmental or whoever is due to expire next year, 2025. How soon will we be starting to work towards the renewal of that contract, and is that affected by these resolutions in any way?
So we're currently in that procurement right now. So the 17A was initially completed back in late 2021, and you might remember we came to the operations committee in 2022 with a resolution to extend those contracts. Essentially what this is doing is we finalised that 17A review after that extension, and we finalised that December last year. We're bringing the 17A to you for approval, but in parallel with that, we've commenced the procurement process. So we're in procurement at the moment, and procurement closes 29th of May.
This year? Okay,
this year.
Because there may well be a long lead in, so there's no conflict there.
Essentially, in the options, I've addressed that the recommendation is to continue with the status quo, which is for us to provide funding and governance and another entity to deliver it, i.e. a contractor. And this is endorsing that approach, which is what the procurement's based on, and that's why we're going to market.
Right, so we're not locked in or anything. It can change if that's the way the tender is. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Brian. Councillor Kinnamonk.
Thank you, through the chair. David, page 128 of your report, clause 5.7 talks about working on parallel with NCC. I applaud that. Brilliant idea. How does that fit in with what the resolution is there?
Through the chair, we've been working with Nelson City Council. They've been also concluding a 17A review. Essentially, the 17A indicated that we could deliver some of these services jointly, but discussions with Nelson was concluded that individual delivery services was appropriate this time round. At the moment, they're only in procurement for curbside collection of recycling, and our proposal is to our proposal is to contract with Nelson City Council to process their recycling, and that's the conclusion we came to from discussions with Nelson.
So is there a chance in the future that we can join together and get both discounts sort of thing?
Richard, can I just add to what David has stated? We did start off this process with the Nelson City Council officers when we're going to go out with a joint contract. For various reasons, the officers came to a point where they didn't want to go any further with it, and wasn't until late in the piece that they said they didn't want to carry on any further. I spoke to my counterpart. He was all supportive working together, but then when he spoke to his staff, he came up with reasons as to why they didn't want to work together. They wanted to do their own thing, so that's what's happened. They wanted to do their own thing, and that's what's happened. But what we have asked is that their contract is similar to ours. So in other words, the services are the same, but they'll have a separate contract rather than a joint contract for both of us.
Thanks, Richard. And David.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? If not, someone prepared to move the resolution?
I'm happy to move.
Move. Deputy Mayor Bryant, seconded Councillor Dowler. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Right, the next item is back up one step in terms of Jamie, welcome back. Transportation, section 17A review, page 207.
Thank you. I would take the report as read, but I just want to draw your attention. Ms. Shearer has put up on screen some corrections to an error that I apologise for in the attachment that was in the published agenda. So the highlights at the top of that page show a correction to the governance arrangements for the Regional Transport Committee. When I first began updating our Section 17A review, what was originally there was correct, but in the time it took to complete it, it changed and I didn't update it. So the correct arrangement is shown there with a joint Nelson Tasman Regional Transport Committee. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Jamie. Are there questions or comments in relation to the roading section 17A review? Councillor Mackenzie.
Yeah, really good to see these reviews coming through. Appreciate that. I just wondered, I mean, how do you, so my assumption with the transportation one is that we did that in-house. I think you've signed it off. Richard, Jamie, you did the review. So what are the kind of criteria we use to determine whether we do we review ourselves or we get someone third party to do a review?
To the Mayor. Yeah, transportation's perhaps a bit narrower than some other activities because what we have to do as prescribed by the Land Transport Management Act dictates largely the arrangements that we end up having the option to pick from. So for transportation, we didn't see the need to go to extra expense of engaging an outside consultant.
Further questions? Okay. Moved Councillor Mackenzie. Is there a seconder? Councillor Maru. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Next up, we have the Assurance and Improvement Report. Yeah, so yes, fine.
Probably do the machinery.
Machinery resolutions. page 300. Move councillor Nailing. Seconded councillor Dowler. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Chief Executive's report.
Kia ora. Just take you through the report. A couple of things that aren't in the report. We're currently in the middle of PSA negotiations, which is of course a MECA. And so we negotiated all the clauses last year between Marlborough and Nelson. This year we're just focusing on pay. So that's in process, and we'll update you on what that might end up looking like. Also, you would have known about, hopefully you've read the in the paper around the Buchanan Marsh case, which is a great result for council. I'm sure that at some future point Leif can take you through the initiatives of what happened there. But it was basically around the safety of children and the fact that also the time frame, it was time barred. So there was those are points of law. It would be unlikely, we think, that they'll appeal that because they'll not have to go to the Supreme Court? Yeah, which would be very costly. So that was a good result, particularly for our insurer, who also received most of the money back. We will be going back to the insurer to ask our broker to see if we can get our $50,000 limit, which we've got under our building liability, to be reduced back down to 10. I doubt they'll go to 10, but if we can at least get it reduced significantly, that will help us. So that it was extended to 50 because of this case. So the rest of my report, I just want to acknowledge Jenny McFarlane, who had her last day with us on the 18th of April. She's gone back to the UK for several months to look after her family. And I really appreciate all the work she did in progressing our governance processes and also legal. So at the moment, I've got Leith acting in her position, and we're looking forward to what we do next in that space. I also want to acknowledge all the people involved in the dry weather task force and the technical staff, as well as some of the councillors involved. And it's been a particularly tough summer. I think it was good that the dam was able to release water in the way it did, but that didn't mean that everyone got the benefit from that. So there are still some people struggling out there. And also, we still haven't had much around the water done well. I'm going to the regional CEO tomorrow in Wellington, which is a regional group. They don't necessarily look into the three waters, but there'll be an awful lot of updates, I imagine, around some of the reforms. I'm going really quickly. And also, I'd like to also recognise who's now at the table for the next item is Steve Manners, who is the new Chief Operating Officer. So he's replaced myself. Steve has shown his wide-ranging skills, and he gets across a lot of general business. He's got a good corporate background as well as some central government. He's certainly shone out through the recruitment process. So congratulations, Steve. It's good to have you on board.
Good timing too.
Good timing too.
Hardly any issues to deal with.
So that's my very quick update. I'm conscious of time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Leonie. Deputy Mayor Brian.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. Question to Leonie. Just the first item you talked about was a little, you were going quite quickly, and there was some in the media that they had the right to appeal to the Court of Appeal, which they then ran an apology 2 days later saying it was error. But so I'm a little confused where it's at now.
Maybe Leif would be better, and thank goodness he's in the room, because it's probably above my knowledge of the legal matters. But yes, we did actually, they did actually report it incorrectly. It is reported correctly in the New Zealand Herald, I have to say.
Okay, I don't read the New Zealand Herald.
Yeah, through the chair, the initial article was incorrect, and has now been corrected to state that it is successful in the Court of Appeal, as opposed to applying our case to the Court of Appeal.
Yeah. So do we have nothing to pay? That's the end of the matter by and large?
No, there is still some stuff going on in there'll be some further things in the High Court around costs, but I'll give you an update on that at a later date.
That'd be a separate issue really, is it? Right, well, in part.
I mean, it's linked to the same proceedings.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, councillor Kinnemont.
Thank you, Leonie, for their report. Clause 4.4, which might include Mr. Manners over there. Merlin upgrade on track going on the Monday, the 27th of May. Yeah, don't you do upgrades on Fridays instead of a Monday so that you've got 2 days to fix any stuff ups? Or you're that confident that it's going to go through?
Through the chair, 27th, Monday the 27th is when the first will be picked up by staff. So it will be happening. The go no go decision is the Sunday afternoon, and then it'll be Monday when it's live for staff.
And where are you going to be Monday morning?
Well, in my new role, I won't be at the meeting, so who knows? I'll be here.
Thank you. Anything further? If not, can someone move the receipt of the Chief Executive's report? Moved Deputy Mayor Bryant, seconded councillor Kinnemont. All those in favour, please say aye. We will now come back to the Assurance and Improvement Report. Amy, welcome.
Thank you. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Amy Clark and I'm the Risk and Assurance Advisor. Deirdre Himera, who's the Assurance and Improvement Manager, wasn't able to be here today. The report contains a brief overview of the Assurance and Improvement team, but then the purpose of the report is actually to approve the new risk management framework and also, if you're willing, delegate further approvals or changes of that framework to the Audit and Risk Committee. I'm happy to take any questions from you on the framework.
Thank you, Amy. It's open for questions. Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you very much and welcome and good to see you in the role. I guess in reading the report, and I look at the points that are mentioned, well, I guess everything that is encompassed under your role, that's actually a huge amount of activity because, you know, we're talking about developing the maturity of risk management in the council. We've got business process improvement. We're wanting to lift our capability in procurement. We're reviewing the health and safety infrastructure. So I just think you need to be careful in terms of driving all this through the organisation because the capacity to uptake will be limited. I've got another point to make.
Yes, I agree that the capacity is limited in council to adapt to change, but we are aware of that, and the team is sort of taking small steps and also acting in quite an advisory role. So as things, for example, for procurement, working with the teams that are already undertaking procurement and upskilling the people, as well as rolling out changes to processes as well. So we are cautiously and slowly building maturity.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you want to set yourself up for success, not failure. And then I guess, you know, I'm on the Audit and Risk Committee meeting, but I wasn't at the meeting where the framework was approved. But I've said it many times in terms of embedding a risk framework and processes in an organisation. It comes down as much to leadership as to anything else. It's the first thing, honestly, that people's eyes glaze over at the end of the day when you want to be having an in-depth discussion, applying your brain around risk. So it's really a hard thing to do in an organisation. And to that point, I just wonder, even when I look at your documentation, for staff, have you thought about producing a one-pager? Anyway.
Amy.
Yes, and even myself, it's quite a dry, long document, and we won't be rolling it out to staff in this format. There'll be training and simpler things and working directly with them holding their hands as they start doing the things that they need to do. So we definitely won't be just throwing this document at them. It's just the framework that we'll use to roll out the various initiatives.
And maybe if I could just add to give you confidence, Councillor, one of the conversations that Leonie and I will be having about my role will be how we can manage the introduction of this and other changes that we need to bring into the organisation to lift our maturity levels. So certainly trying to learn from some of the things that we've done with the digital program, for example, and bring that through as well.
Okay, thank you, Leonie.
I'll just add to what Steve said. We have actually just recently gone through our top strategic risks, and we now have ownership of those with each executive member. They've got the ownership and accountability, but not necessarily the delivery, but that has to cascade down. But I think the first thing is that leadership at the top, which you've already pointed out. So we're already on that train. And those risks will be coming to the Net Audit and Risk Committee, so you can see exactly what they are. They're fairly broad and high level, but we'll start there, and then they're going to start to be disseminated down across the group. So we're on a bit of a journey, as we say. Don't like the term, but we definitely need to up our maturity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Greening.
Thank you. I'm not so keen on the wording that appears in the second motion after word "and." I think risk framework, given the discussions we certainly have today, is something that council should have visibility on, and also be aware of, rather than the audit committee approving amendments. It's also not clear what amendments means. Is an amendment a minor typographical error, or is an amendment I'm going to change the risk framework on page 285 of the agenda, page 38? Was it 38? I can't remember. I can't see the numbers there. In terms of risk appetite council's willing to adopt, i.e. A low risk arrangement with legal and people and wellbeing, but a more moderate risk assessment of operational and project performance. I think really council needs to endorse that rather than just a subcommittee. Fully endorse the risk committee putting a recommendation to council, but I think it should be council who actually approves amendments to those types of appetites and not the risk committee.
Amy.
Yes, and actually I do agree. Those things in the appendix, which is the risk appetite and the tolerances, risk rating methodology and things, those things the intention was those appendices would still come to council for approval, because those are the things that change most frequently. The risk framework itself is fairly standard, and it just talks about the things we have in place, not the detail of them. So the intention with the resolution was that it would be mostly administrative changes to the first section, not the appendices.
Well, in that case, I don't think we really need the words that appear after "and." That would be dealt with in the committee anyway.
Okay.
So I don't know who's moving it, but if anyone has, but I'd strike out the words "and" the words that follow it. I think it should come back to council for approval.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, so move, Councillor Greening, with the changes to the words as indicated. Is there a seconder? Seconded, Councillor McKenzie. Thank you, Councillor Greening. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if I stay on the same page, so page 285. So in terms of the current risk appetite, how did we get there? Have we workshop? I don't remember workshopping this. So the first question, how do we get there? And then our risk appetite sort of swinging a little bit to the left, but middle in terms of financial, but our tolerance is risk adverse. So talk me through what's the message, what message do staff have in terms of risk appetite and the consequence around financials?
I thought this question might come up. In the report itself, I do mention that the appendices themselves are draft and are provided as attachments for the purpose of information about what those things look like. The intention is to workshop those with the executive leadership team as well as council to make sure that you're comfortable on what those things would look at, would sound like. And so the questions you have would be answered at that time, and council would have input into what those look like. Those, for your information, are some examples, similar examples from other councils. So it's just examples.
Just following up on that, so in terms of workshopping it at a policy level, wouldn't that would be with council? And then executive leadership feed that out from the policy? I'm just asking, I don't know who I'm asking.
Sure, sure, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Murray. If there's nothing further, the resolution has been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you, Amy.
Well done, Amy.
Next up, where are we, Bob? Me. What page is that? 305. Right. So I'll take it as read. The only two things I really want to highlight, seeing as it's been a challenging day with some difficult things, is a couple of positives. My own personal little positive activity at the Richmond Kindergarten, which counts as my little mental health break during the course of the average month, which is thoroughly enjoyable. They seem to appreciate my attendance, which is jolly splendid. It's always nice to go and feel appreciated. The fact that I have to go to kindergarten to achieve it, don't know quite what that says about. However, and the other thing I just like to highlight is Yulia's awarding of the scholarship through the Mayors of Peace. And I'm sure many of you will have been recounted how much we pay for our membership of the Mayors for Peace, which Robin is very proud of in terms of our membership fee of $20 per annum, Mike. But we probably have recouped a reasonable return in terms of the opportunity that provides Yulia personally, and obviously us as an organisation in terms of what she learns on that trip. So yeah, I think it's a really positive recognition of the work that team does. So with that, I will move that my report be received.
I'm happy to second and just speaking to that, just with Yulia, can you convey a congratulations or the CEO from the whole council? I have personally, I know she's very excited about the trip and what's ahead. So it's a great achievement and very cheap.
Not so cheap for Hiroshima.
Over 8,300 member cities. So
that's a lot of cities.
Yeah.
There is over 8,300 member cities of Mayors for Peace.
Actually, $20 each adds up to Don't ask. Councillor Mara and
Councillor confidential item, but how many pipers can you eat?
Depends how much jam, how much cream, and how much butter.
How hungry you
are. Councillor Kinnemont.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. In your report, clause 1.3, page 306, long-term plan consultation. I'd also like to, if possible, extend that a wee bit to say a big thanks to all the staff who were there putting in the mahi after hours doing the long-term plan consultation. I think that's a big tick. This is my first one, and the amount of support, amount of people were there, including his nibs over the back here, did a bloody wonderful job, and they deserve another chocolate bar.
Yeah, no, and in some cases, the staff and councillor attendance did outnumber the members of the public that may have engaged. No, it wasn't just an application. But I reiterate that there's a significant number of staff attended a number of those meetings to provide support to the councillors in terms of the information and the presentation. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, through Mayor. So part of that long-term plan, I thank the staff for their flexibility in allowing us to go to Māpua school, which I think you'll have some feedback from your staff. The success that we had from being at that school was phenomenal. So it was well worth it. So thank you for the openness, staff. I know that you're not here at the minute, to allow that. And the last thing I wanted to say is I just wanted to acknowledge Robin and all the mahi that she put in for Anzac Day. Thank you. It was much appreciated from our communities, and the turnout in our area in particular was phenomenal. So thank you, Robin.
Yep, very good. Well acknowledged. And Anzac Day is a big commitment in terms of the organisation and Robin's role in ensuring that we're all in the right places, that the council is represented across the district at all the various things, organising the wreaths, etc. So, yeah, well noted, Councillor Walker.
And the people that were supposed to pick up.
Yes, including those who may have, not entirely picked up their wreaths, according to. Righto. I think that draws us to the conclusion of all the agenda items. So again, thank you once again for everyone's attendance, contributions, input over the course of the day. So again, some very challenging conversations and discussions. And I guess the next council meeting will probably contain a similar amount of challenging conversations and discussions. So thanks once again. I will just close with karakia. Kia hiki te kororo, ki whātea, ki mama, te manawa o te tangata, ki o ki te ara mō tātou e ora nei, ko rongo, ki runga, kia tina, hui e, tai ki e. Thank you.